Before we jump in, we got an off-camera donation, which I wanted to acknowledge and say thank you. Thank you, Cream, for that donation. I'm glad you like my show. I do the best I can. Thank you. You didn't put that towards anything in particular, so if you happen to see this and you want to let me know, please let me know. Otherwise, time to go get betrayinated. I'm predicting they'll betray us, mostly because we have the Cero. What do you want to bet? The Age of Hope is so close at hand. We're looking for Maya? Who? Okay. Protect from the mess by strong gate. You just... okay. Master Teacher is the strongest here. Song He is number 2. Well, that's the rumor anyway. Look for Maya, she's in this room. But it's a woman's bedroom. Men are forbidden. Oh, you're horrible. What are you looking at? I'm a woman. I'm a woman. I don't mind you, Noah, but Vaughn will have to wait here. Okay, I'm gonna go talk to Maya. But... sounds pretty lively in there. I can hear a lot of laughter. Maya's very kind, loving, and hardworking. She's such a cheerful person. The monks of Byron think of her like a mother. The Byron Monastery doesn't allow Seru or women. I guess the Mist changed that rule. I like Maya too. She's a good person. Hey, something wrong? Tell her about Juno, man. Uh-oh, I forgot about that, but you can tell her later. I wanted to tell her, but she was so busy getting ready for the party, I didn't want to be in her way. You can tell her later. Hi, Walker. I'm glad you liked that fight. I actually liked that fight, too. Which is funny, because most of the people in chat were arguing for a negative for it. I'm not, like, trying to be contrarian, it's just funny that the one time I like a fight, everyone else doesn't. Training is sometimes hard for me since I'm not talented, like Master Teacher or Songy. Why is his name Master Teacher? To allow Cyril like you into the sacred soil of Byron. What is he thinking? So he's gonna betray us. Stores to East Foz Forest. I can't let you pass. You may not pass. The old-fashioned teachings of Byron may forbid the wearing of Cero. But if I can become stronger quickly, you better believe I'm gonna wear one. If you see an extra Shuru, let me know in secret. And when I get one, watch out, Master Teacher. Stores to the west. Okay, well, screw both of you guys. Master Teacher's parents were both killed by Seru monsters. Ever since he has hated the Seru. Oh, he's not gonna betray us. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So your names are Vaughn and Noah, right? Did you listen to what the people of Byron had to say? I see. Well then, before the party begins, tell me what you heard. Tell me what you heard about the Seru and about the Mist. Oh, that fight's bullcrap, Walker. So that's what happened. Yeah, your husband's dead. It's okay, you haven't seen him in a decade. So, Yvonne, you came all the way here for my sake. Silent contemplation. Maya, don't cry. Cheer up. It's not like you to cry that like that. You just met her. That's sweet of you to try and cheer me up. Still, it's also frustrating I couldn't be by Juno's side. I loved him so. On the plus side, all these monks are just so good in bed. Oh my god. So flexible. Anyways, I'm sorry for crying like this. Maya, come to Rim Elm with us. Maya's there. Sorry, I want to be alone now. I need time to think. So that I'm not here and complicit when they try to assassinate you. Oh no, that's valid. When Maya's sad, it makes me sad too. Sad and lonely. It's an interesting perspective, but okay. Yes, sir. Master Teacher. Contemplation. There's a Seru on their arms, aren't they? I don't like it. I despise those creatures, and those who depend upon them. Maya would always tell me about the family she lived back in Ramel, but on the other hand, that Byron, Master Teacher, and Songy are like sons to Maya. Yeah, I noticed the women here in this place where women were forbidden, and... whatever. Such a fun party. When the mist clears, we'll have even more fun. Let's talk about the great deeds of you two. Yeah, that's my job. Maya's very cheerful and merry when she speaks, but sometimes she seems sad or lost in thought. Maybe she's thinking of her homeland. Nah. Sonic is always watching and studying Master Teacher. I think the two of them were once such good friends. Maya's very concerned and often comes to talk to me about it. What are they doing? Look at their pose. Imagine your arms being like behind your back. They're just doing this over and over. A Suru that's not affected by the mist. What I wouldn't do for one. They say a raw Suru sleeps inside something called a Genesis tree. With a Suru like that, I'll shoot Master Teacher who's really boss. Listen, proper ports are a thing of the past, Von Falkenstein. I just saw Maya walking around and crying. You didn't tell me before, but I want you to be honest with me now. You two came here to take Maya back to Rimmel, am I right? Yeah, sure. Such forthrightness. That is good. Young people should be frank. I too shall speak frankly. I have a favor to ask. I've heard you used raw Suru to revive the Genesis tree, and you did this, and everything's cool. There are 2 Genesis trees here. Will you revive them? Yes. Cool. All of you, listen. They have just agreed to revive the Genesis trees. Hooray! We flex and stretch in celebration. Once revived, the Genesis trees will be rid of this horrible mist. This is our chance. Must all help these brave visitors. Remember, don't give them any equipment or money whatsoever. West or east first? Quick, quick, quick. Good way to gauge my stream delay here. East, okay. Farther from the mist source. Maybe it's the Genesis tree is safe. Wait a minute. What is it, Songi? I'll go to east for you. I know my way around there. But Songi, you do not have a raw Suru. My point exactly. Want to know each have their own raw Suru. That's why they should go to west, where the mist is thicker. What you say makes sense. Alright, I give my permission. Sorry, I must ask you to go to west instead. Master Teacher. Master Teacher. Yes, sir. You will accompany these two to west. But, Master Teacher, an elder's order is the same as a command from Byron. I speak from God! It's a hell of a way to win an argument. Good. I am counting on you. Night has fallen. Let the party end. But we're busy having... I speak from God! They're all fools. My strategy worked. The raw Suru must be in the first forest they picked, East Vaz. Now it's mine to take. Evil laughter. My Byron bless you. Let's go. I like how they have more people than we do, because, you know, they probably need them. Yep. Let's go. Flap. Hey, Master Teacher, can I ask you something? What? Master Teacher's a weird name. It's not a name, it's a title. So Master Teacher isn't your name? Then what is your name? Since you are not Byron monks and need not call me Master Teacher, I will tell you. My name is... Third party member. Great. The guy who hates our guts is our third party member. I'm gonna call you Josh. That would be funny, but no. My name is Gala. As in the apple? Well, don't get too friendly. I hate Suru. Well, I hates you too. Also, you're level 1, you little punk, so let's not even get in that run. Whoa, he's 18. Holy shkamoli. He's an old man. The woman were talking about you yesterday. I know you've come here to take Maya back to Realm. She's been very distressed. I want to help everyone, but the only thing I know how to do is cook! I'd like eating. We will not let Songi defeat us. Repulsive mist will finally leave us, and then we'll cook a big dinner. What do you got? What do you got? Interesting. Really expensive. We're still just so behind on gold. It's kind of funny. We still cannot buy the basic gear from the first town. Never mind stuff like that, which is an actual upgrade. Like, we have finally seen Tier 2 gear for the first time. God. Well, let's at least get her a helmet. I love how they don't sell anything for the guy who, you know, lived here for a decade plus. High hazardous. Yeah, but we already know there is monk gear because we've already seen it at Drake Castle. Also, I have a ton of gear, and I'm actually looking to get more. It's just some of its tattoos. Still counts, though. It's about Rimelm. Last night, I was thinking about May, about Juno, about something else. I want to have a long talk with you, but now the Genesis tree is more important. Let's talk later, after I've died horribly. Peace. Yes, we must let in the mist. It is the only way. God. A game like this would be interesting to have an evil route. Yeah, we'll save the Genesis tree, and then we burn the tree as soon as we get there. Why did you do that? Because I hate you. Why? How could you? It was the only way to ensure your horrific death. No! I'm gonna explore north first, really quick. You know what? No one. Oh my god, I can't talk. You know one thing I was thinking during some of the slower portions earlier? I guess this technically is an insult, but I don't really mean it as one. This is a perfect game to have while you're doing something else, you know? Like you're watching TV on the side. Or maybe getting some work done, you know? No, please don't. Okay. Yeah, podcast game, exactly. Like, it's inoffensive, but isn't really catching me on the moment-to-moment. That's a very interesting question, Yada. I'd say, yeah, we're gonna do nothing but talk about FF14 while we're reviewing WoW. I'd say that's you know, appropriate. In fact, I wonder. Hang on. I'll my phone up by the hand here. Let's see here. Also, someone sent me a picture of a protective suit that you can wear. It's hard to explain. It's literally just Costco... You know what? Hang on. I have an idea. Let me get this up on screen. Oh, we're done. A lot of work and effort, Walker. And that's the problem. You're probably wondering, well, how do you do it exactly? It's literally been years since I successfully got the PS3 controllers working on the PC. I don't remember. I know that what I do is I make it so that the computer interprets this as an Xbox controller, and then I use a completely separate controller, separate program called, I can tell you this one, if I can find it. WASD. REWASD. Rewasd. And I use that to then change it so that... So I read the controller as an Xbox controller. I use a software to change the Xbox controller into a PlayStation controller. And then I can just play it legitimately. And that's what I do. Thank you, Bella. I do appreciate, as always, muchly. Thank you. I'll put that towards the Kingdom Hearts block. Yeah, the drivers interpret it as the Xbox, and then the software reinterprets it as a PlayStation. Dr. Winter asked a question. Disregarding the THQ, problem, how hard it would be to make a proper remake of Saints Row 2? A proper remake of Saints Row 2 would be a lot of work and effort. Would it be enough to improve the controls and graphics? Well, yes, but that wouldn't be a remake, proper or otherwise, at that point. That would just be a remaster. Nevertheless, a remaster of Saints Row 2 would actually be quite difficult to do. Saints Row 2 sits very firmly in the era of gaming, and that's exactly why it has so many issues nowadays. Okay, so, I want you... Lightning. Who's Lightning? He's Lightning. So I want you to attack that one on the right. I want you to do... Oh, hang on. I want you to, Spirit, apparently. And you Spirit, too. All games? I'm not sure there is such a thing, Walker. The quality of life changes are good. Anything that can make a game quicker and easier to control, like extra shortcuts, or not having to cross-check information, having information that is relevant, available when it's available. Accessibility options tend to be good, allowing someone to not have to mash the button, for example. Yeah, remapping controls. In any PC game, there should be options. Options for size, options for various audio channels, stuff like that. Let's see here. Evo wants to kill me for some reason. I don't actually know why. Don't ask me. Ironically, no, Ross. Mostly because almost all the games left are long. Paying attention. You know what I should do? I should do auto on him. See if I could get this working. I mean, by definition, most quality of life features would be optional. That's how that works. By mere virtue of being a quality of life feature, it's probably optional. Oh, I was going to tell you something, Evo. Right, you were asking me about the culture of the Islanders. So I haven't designed it. I do have some vague ideas, which were bouncing around the back of my head, if you want those. I don't know if that'll be helpful. I also love what you did with the language. Kind of went a completely different direction. I designed most of Imperial to be base word, and then base word plus modifier, and then base word plus modifier, etc., etc. You've probably noticed that even a little bit. Like, a soft drink, like soda specifically, is a variant of a drink, which is a variant of water. So in Imperial, it would be like water, drink, soft, if that makes any sense. But anyways. Okay, so I want you to attack B. I want you to just chill, and I want you to attack A. Okay, I want you to die. Very important. Language? Okay, I didn't... Okay, whatever. Well, okay. I'm gonna burn this. So far, Imperial has no slaying whatsoever. So... I suppose that answers you. Alright, so let's heal. And... attack. Yeah, STO won't actually be as long as I think people are thinking. 4 will be nice and long. We need to get it out of the way. We need to do it. So do it we shall. So, one of the ideas I had is that... So, Trenthar, the planet all the Trenth are from, is ludicrously hostile, right? I was admittedly inspired in many ways by Kashyyyk in Star Wars EU. It's got very high winds, devastating storms, horrifically dangerous creatures. Just, there's plants that will kill you by being too close to you. There's an entire sub-biome of fungus. It's a death world, right? One of the only reasons... Give me a sec, Blade Javal. One of the only reasons that the Trenth have been able to survive at all is because they're Trenth. They are very durable and quite strong and quite agile, excuse me. And of course, they have magic, which kind of helps even the board a little bit. I need you to do this. On yourself, I guess. We're probably going to do WoW in blocks. Oh, Trenthar is just... It's kind of a death world. Like, imagine some of the legitimately dangerous places in real-life Earth. Now imagine most of the planet is like that. Not all. Because that would be unrealistic. Just a decent chunk of it. Okay, I'm gonna look up one of his things, because he is just sucking, and I need some damage here, so... Let's do... Flying Knee, that sounds fun. I only have 2?! Oh, wow, you suck, sir. Anyways, whatever. No wonder he's not doing combos. Now, so some of the Trenth, obviously... it's only a little bit long, Octus. Yeah, Gala sucks! My god, he is just trash. Good lord, Master Teacher. No wonder Song He is better than you. Look at that, 7 damage! You pissant! You garbage! You that's just bad. That's just bad grammar. Instead of saying you are garbage, I just you garbage. You garbage. All right. Whatever. Just auto do something. All right. So one of the ideas I had was that they don't have a lot of what you would call traditional industrial infrastructure because they don't have a lot of traditional infrastructure. Period. Even the very cities and towns that they live in are carved into the cliff sides, for the most part, because it's one of the only places that works, right? It's the only place they can have a permanent settlement. And towns and cities are lost all the time. God, you're pathetic. You're so pathetic. I spit on you! I spit upon you, sir! Okay, fine, fine. We'll waste a turn doing nothing, watching some animations, so you can power up to the point of being terrible instead of pathetic. Now, the Islanders, of course, they don't have to deal with most of that. Instead, they just have to deal with... picture like a non-stop monsoon and hurricane season, and also the water has a lot of death doom in it. I'm not even going to explain the specifics of what's in the in the water. It's horrific. The underwater biome of... excuse me, there's actually like 7. But even the surface level water biome of most of that northern sea... excuse me, northern ocean... gotta be specific with my terminology... is the kind of thing where if you go out and swim into it, you have a chance, even just with how very little distance you could get from the shore on yourself, to die. Ships are almost not used at all. This is one of the reasons the Islanders are so isolated, because they never got off the ground level of making ships, right? It's the same thing, it's very similar to what happened in the Mediterranean in real life. You know, so many naval powers, that's all the wrong buttons, weren't ready for the ocean, right? So instead, they made ships that were for lakes and rivers, and that's kind of how that works, right? Well, I've never reviewed WoW, Ladson, and I do want to review WoW someday, so that's kind of the idea. Alright, so, we can do one attack! We gotta choose carefully. We can do... Here, I'm gonna let you decide, okay? We can do Flying Knee Attack, Battering Ram, Iron Head, Back Punch, Guillotine, or Head Splitter. Which one do we do? While you decide that. Oh, never mind. Iron Head. Okay, let's do Iron Head. Let's do it. So that's, whoops. We actually have 4! Hang on, hang on, hang on. I didn't realize we had 4. Hang on, hang on. We can do Sidekick or Black Rain. So we can be Robin. Okay, we'll do Black Rain. Here. It's gonna be like a 5-minute combat just because I'm trying to catch this Pokemon. And I'm gonna make it rain. Black. It's oil. Oh my god, you are so pathetic! Fine, fine, whatever. So, not really much of a naval power anywhere. Ocean is terrifyingly dangerous, and most contact with the Islanders is pretty rare, if at all, right? There are precious few people who can actually survive the ocean, and even fewer who even bother trying. With me? Now, one of the things I did come up with for the Islanders is the idea that because of the nature of how the storm cycle... I actually designed a little bit of the weather biome of Trenthar. Because of the way the storm cycle kind of moves like this around the Northern Ocean, I guess it would be like this from your perspective. They have to move. They have to be an itinerant race. They can't actually just sit in one place, so they do not have cities in the strictest sense of the word. They have settlements, of course, but they're temporary settlements, usually about 1 season long, for obvious reasons. Healed. Kill the thing. So, you're probably thinking, how the hell do they get out of the water in order to travel between the things? So, what they tend to do is one of 2 possibilities. Either they grin and bear it and lose a huge amount of their people every season. There are tribes that do that. There's actually some tribes I decided that actually got completely wiped out just because of random chance, just because of luck. You know, they went to move on to the next island chain, and they didn't make it. The other possibility is there's several... so there's a huge series of archipelagos that go across the area. And if you wait until the storm season has already moved in, but hasn't quite actually, you know, well, is already at the point where it's dangerous, and you probably shouldn't be there, but if you're still there, a lot of the water levels go down, and you can actually just walk across some of the extremely unpleasant terrain in the middle of a horrific storm in order to move on to the next island. God, I don't know, Blade Trifall. I do not know. I kind of want to look up how much HP these things have, but I don't think there's information on that. It's a level 2 theater. So. Well, it's getting knocked down, so we know its HP is low. I do like that feature, by the way. So as a consequence, they don't really have a lot of what you'd call cultural or political technology. They don't have concepts like voting. They don't have concepts like democracy. They don't have concepts like social structure, right? You know, as I like to say many times, technology doesn't just mean beep boop, but ideas and the ways we interact with each other are a valuable form of technology as well. So these people are very undeveloped, technologically speaking, within the realm of the social sciences, right? The green tree, if you will. Shout out to anybody who plays Stellaris. I'm gonna laugh. I just realized he probably can't capture this. He probably can't. I'm still gonna make the effort, but I think he can't because it doesn't have a raw arrow. I'm still gonna make the effort, by God. We're at sunk cost at this point. We're going for it. We're going full tilt. Well, that's a good question, Evo. Haven't gotten that far. I told you it was vague. Obviously, they have some basic survivalist stuff. Oh my God. Nope, we're committed. We're committed. We're committed. We're going all the way. We're going to the moon. Let's see, is there anything else? As I think I mentioned, when the Devourer took over, obviously they were able. Hey, we get nothing. They were able to. He got a level. They were able to leverage their substantial increase in technology, as well as their magical prowess, in order to, you know, basically reach out to the people in the Hellstorm range and say, hey, you can stay here and become part of the organization, become part of the supremacy, in which case you'll be, you know, subservient, or you can leave. We'll give you a ship, we'll give you, and we'll leave you alone. 255 HP, oh my God. On the plus side, he'll probably be higher level the next time I have to do that. Jesus Christ. Oh God, I just realized I'm gonna go get my Raw Saru for him. And then the mist is gonna go away and I'm not gonna be able to get my theater. Yeah, obey or leave. Those are the options. So part of the reason, this is actually a spoiler, but whatever. So there is a lot of Magicite on the ocean floor. It's actually one of the reasons why the environment, especially in the ocean, is so damn dangerous. So, he needed that Magicite. So, I say needed. He was taking that Magicite. What is Magicite? That's a good question. So, there are 4 invented materials I tend to refer to most commonly in my setting. Magicite... God damn it. Magicite, Aetherite, Puriel. Couldn't think of that for some reason. And the 4th one I almost never talk about, so I can't remember its name. But the general idea is one of them absorbs, one of them produces, one of them refracts, and one of them channels. So, Magicite is the one that absorbs. So the way Magicite works is... all of these are interacted with magic, by the way. Can Magicite be manufactured? Kind of. It would be more accurate to say that Magicite can be grown. So, Magicite naturally grows and spread as long as it is near some kind of magical source of energy, which most places have to some extent or another. Being near a ley line, or being near a bunch of like literally a mage academy where a bunch of mages cast all the time, would be enough to do a small but continuous amount of growth for Magicite, as it just kind of grabs little bits of magic bit by bit and adds it to it. Make sense? So, Magicite, because of its nature, works as a really helpful battery, magical battery. It can also be used for a lot of other purposes as well, which I'm not going to go down a full list because it's a huge list. But it can be allowed for things like, you could use it as an explosive, you could use it to kill Gala to make sure he doesn't get experience from this fight. You can... God damn it. I don't know. There's lots of different uses. The battery thing is one of the major usages for Magicite. Now, yeah, imagine if FF14 crystals weren't elementally locked. Similar concept. Although you could pump, hypothetically, now that I'm thinking about it, you could pump a specific chunk of Magicite with just one of the 8 elements. So that is actually possible, now that I think about it. Anyways, what does Magicite look like? Well, it depends on the element. No, in my mind... Have you ever seen melted plastic that's been, like, reshaped into something with, like, bits of resin in it? Because that's what I picture in my mind. And I know I'm describing that terribly. It's clearly translucent, but at the same time you can also kind of... it has a substance to it. It warps and refracts light quite a bit. Distorts is probably a better word there. And it always has bits and chunks of other sorts of crystal of various multitudinous colors within it, so you could see a whole spectrum inside of Magicite. Now, not all at once, but like hypothetically, any given chunk of Magicite, you will see one color, or 2, or 3, or 8, or 15 within. This one, I think it was? Yes. I also don't feel lost in this game, which I know is a weird thing to comment on, but I can name quite a few of these games that don't really have good, for lack of a better way to put it, geography or design of its zones, where I tend to feel lost. I don't feel lost in this game. Go figure. Now, before I go to Yada's question, Blade Traval asked me something, and I wanted to go back around to it. But I gotta scroll up, because it's gone off the stream at this point. Hang on, where was it? Scroll. Oh god, I've lost it. I've lost it! No, it's gone! Oh! Right, it was a question about Tor! So, okay. We're going to be doing just one run per class. We're going to be talking about some of the other options, because I have, at this point in time, seen all 16 variants of the story. But, and that'll affect the review, obviously, but actually showing that on camera, it falls into what we like to call unfeasible. As you recall, and we talked about this extensively when it came to FF14, the rule is not everything, the rule is everything within reason. Doing 16 runs of Tor is insanity. 8 will be bad enough. And yeah, there's a couple of, like, the Sith Warrior is obviously fairly substantially different. And I suppose Jedi Knight is reasonably different. Most of the others are flavor. I was debating Agent, because I'm not sure I would say Agent is really all that different between light or dark. I mean, obviously, you were playing a very different type of character. So I guess that's valid. Either way, we're only going to be doing the one playthrough per class. And I've pretty much already decided whether we're going to be doing light or dark on any given class. The only thing I haven't 100% decided is which gender each will be. I know we're going to be a female Jedi Knight, male Sith Warrior, female Sith Inquisitor, male Bounty Hunter. We'll flip a coin, or we'll have a bid war or something for Agent, because both agents are actually legit. Both actors are great, so that's whatever. No preference on Consular, and I think we're going with male Smuggler. I think that's everything. Let's just do... What are we at? 4? 3? You're at 4. Oh yeah, Trooper. Will be female Trooper. Even though it's one of Jennifer Hale's worst acting jobs I've ever heard, it's still valid. You're just the worst. Just Otto. I don't even care about you. So several of them are pretty... I'm pretty torn on them, Blade Travel. For Warrior and Inquisitor and Agent and Smuggler, both actors are perfectly good. The main reason we're doing Warrior Male is because we're also going to be doing Warrior Female. When we get past the initial content, we'll be switching back to the Warrior we used for the original run. And we'll be using her going forward, so that way we'll show off both male and female with one class. We'll also be showing off Light and Dark for one class, which is that one. Same thing. Well, he's paralyzed. Can't even give him orders right now. Wow. What if that runs out over time? So, Yada asks, what is the source of magical energy within the X-Stand? Now, I have a weird feeling that most people don't even answer that question for their particular fictional settings. As it happens, I do have an answer for mine. I call it the fifth dimension. So we have the first three dimensions, which are obvious. The fourth dimension is time. The fifth dimension is, to put it into extremely simplistic terms, energy. It is a layer of energy that just blankets all of reality, that is primarily inaccessible except under very specific patterns. Those patterns are things like spells or special abilities or magical augmentations or whatever. That programming code allowing you to then access that infinite source of energy in order to affect, bypass, or change the laws of physics on a temporary or permanent basis. God, Vera's already level 3. That's funny. Let's level Gala, or heal Gala, excuse me, because he needs to level really badly. Like, really badly. Like, oh my god, get some levels, Gala. Don't be a Granny Smith. I don't know, actually, Trihexia. We don't know enough about the mist. All we know right now is that the mist is generated by something called a mist generator. And we know that it affects the Seru, and that's about it. This game came out in 1997. Or, if you're in the States, 1998. Took about, I want to say, 9 months to localize, something like that. Jesus, Noah. I mean, I know, she's the damager. She's the DPS. Or the physical DPS, at least. He's the healer. Yes, Gala. I will shove experience down your throat. Level, damn you. You are so crap. You are so pathetic. I'm the best in my class. Uh-huh. Did the Dreamcast ever have a smash hit? I suppose that depends on the specifics of how you define a smash hit, but let's just be honest, no. Even for the standards of the time, the Dreamcast never hit what would be referred to as a smash hit. Well, we have magic, Dr. Winter. Skies of Arcadia was good, but I'm not even sure that qualifies as a hit. Let's look it up. Let's look it up while we wait for this combat round to finish here. Oh, oh. Let's see here. Not the GameCube version. Here we go. Yeah, so Skies of Arcadia on the Dreamcast sold about 90,000 units. That's not a smash hit. That's not even a hit. I mean, I'm not. To be clear, I'm not saying that Skies of Arcadia is a bad game. I'm just making the point that the Dreamcast didn't sell well. That it was a disaster for a reason, not because it had bad library, but because it cost them money and nearly killed Sega as a company, especially so soon after Saturn. Just. Ugh. Here we go. Sorry, I'm actually curious now. Wow, that's really bad. Why was the Dreamcast such a flop? Well, if you want a full in-depth explanation of that, I actually recommend Matt McMuscles. He does some really good analyses of why certain things fail, and he usually does his due diligence in actually researching them. But if you want the 5-second answer, everything is the answer. They screwed up pretty much across the board. Their timing was bad, the release schedule was bad, the way they marketed it was bad. They dumped way too much money into it. They were relying on a funding strategy which wasn't never going to work. And they were going up against the N64 and the PlayStation 1, which were juggernauts. Yeah, it also doesn't help that the Saturn was also a flop. Now, the Saturn's easier to explain why that was a flop. The Saturn was specifically designed to be a really good 2D console. Anybody who knows anything about the Saturn knows that it actually has tremendous difficulty rendering three-dimensional stuff. So, anything 3D, like, you know, almost the entire game we're playing right now, had to have some really interesting stuff done to it in order to make it playable. So yeah, the Saturn didn't do well. Great. And then the Dreamcast, and Sega was already on the back end. In fact, there's literally, it's a rare example when you can point to a single individual person who saved a company, but there is one person who actually made sure that Sega didn't go under after the Dreamcast disaster. Don't ask me his name, I don't know it. He, essentially on his deathbed, donated a ludicrous amount of money to the company to keep it afloat. Like tens of millions of dollars to keep the company going. Okay, so I really want to kill you. I'm gonna get you on what at the moment is my mage, so... Or you could run. Gala's team won the battle. I'm sorry, what? I wouldn't call Google Stadia alive in any sense that matters, Triexia. But if you're wondering how Google Stadia's alive, that's easy. The answer to that is Google. Maybe I should stop trying to get spells. I've got a heal. I'm good. What a weird grass. Fawn, is it edible? You guys don't know anything, do you? It's called bridge grass. It's tiny now, but it'll be big enough to span a gorge and strong enough to walk on. And no, it's not edible. Oh, so we can't eat it. Okay. To my knowledge, THQ wasn't evil, but then again, I don't actually know the answer to that question. Most people don't. Alright, do us proud, Gala. We just killed that one mob with our combined power. Show us how it's done, Gala. Pathetic, you're fired. You know, they could literally three-shot him on a bad roll. Vaughn is fire elemental, yes. She's wind, he's lightning. Well, I was trying to get a lightning spell earlier, and failed at it. Nordic bought a few of them, but really, it's close to like, maybe a tenth of what THQ had, maybe not even that much. A lot of people underestimate just how much reach THQ actually had, and how many IPs were under their labels. Look, breath, punch, look, she's new at this, okay? Gotta be nice. Fertilizer, sweet. I wasn't going to say anything, Blade Taval, but we literally just looted fertilizer from a treasure chest. So, okay. I want you to mega death kill that thing. Sure. You to do also on that. I mean, we all know the Swedes are secretly the one true evil in the world. I mean, it's a cool idea, Evo. You will not hear me gainsay it. Yeah. Well, I didn't mean to do that, but she just got the power of healing. I'm not sure if it's too negative worthy yet, Trehex. We'll debate it. Hey, Alex. What's going on? Oh, yes, anyone see that Barely trailer for, what do they call it? Nutella or something like that? Stronella? Bagrella? Autumnella? It's something Ella. I don't remember what it's called. But I can finally start using her mana, so that's cool. You're gonna make me look this up, aren't you? Yeah, we might actually get a new Deus Ex game. Holy crap. Speaking of someone who thoroughly liked Mankind Divided. Harvestella. That's what it's called. There it is. Anybody see this Harvestella trailer? It's a Square Enix Harvest Moon clone. No idea if it'll be any good or not, but made me raise an eyebrow. Still didn't get the damn spell. Oh, whatever. Oh yeah, that's another thing I need to check. What will they do with Tomb Raider? Something other than that stupid mobile game? Look, I try to be tolerant and understanding. God, I really do. But screw mobile gaming and its stupid face. Ugh. God, I'm so sick of it. Okay. Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I didn't mean to heal her. Whatever. You know, I was actually thinking about this, I want to say Saturday or Sunday. Yeah, have you not seen it, Trahexa? It's garbage! It's not Mobage, though. That's a different category. I find myself wondering if I would hate mobile games as much as I do if they were video games. If they were actual games. Like, you say not all mobile games suck, and yeah, that's true. I could think of maybe a dozen or so that don't suck. Out of the literally thousands. If not tens of thousands. Just screw them. If someone gets legitimate enjoyment from mobile gaming, cool. But screw them. No, that sounds like a monkey's paw to me. Hey, all mobile games are gone. just as hot over here, comma. I am very grateful for air conditioning, let me tell you what! Exclamation mark. Oh, I agree with that, Blade Chaval. You did hear me say legitimate enjoyment, right? Like, okay. I have actually defended... It's a company. What's the name of the company? Hang on. Kairosoft. There's a company that makes surprisingly good mobile games. They're called Kairosoft, and most of their games are relatively similar in style, but good. So there you go. Kairosoft games. I do not agree with Genshin at all. I also no longer agree with Plants vs. Zombies 1 or 2. And I don't know what Dead Effect is, and I don't know what Honkai Third Impact is. But you're making my point for me, Triaxia. You could defend mobile gaming till the cows come home, and all you're going to do is actually make my point for me, because unfortunately, and let me really stress the way I say that, unfortunately, I'm right. I actually know someone personally who was a mobile game developer who got out of the business because they got tired of making garbage. That's not hyperbole. Yeah, you like how the first story... This is a very, very minor spoiler for Diablo Immortal. You like how the very, very first story beat in Diablo Immortal is... Here's this new Lord of Hell you've never heard of before, and will never hear about again, who's showed up to, you know, cause trouble. Okay, you beat him, you're good. It was funny. Pax and I were poking at Diablo Immortal to see how bad it was. As I've mentioned, we actually played it so I could form an actual opinion on it. That's 2 of those I've killed and I haven't gotten that spell yet. Anyways. So Plants vs. Zombies 1... They decided that the fact that it was a mobile game that you bought with money was not acceptable, and so they shoved really irritating ads into it. Yeah, go for it, Oculus. Now, when I say ads, I mean intrusive ads. I mean can't even enjoy the game ads. Speaking as someone... That's a good question. What about the Kingdom Hearts mobile games? Speaking as someone who actually played the Kingdom Hearts mobile game extensively to get the story, that game could go straight to hell. Like, ignoring all the obvious problems with the fact that it feels terrible to play, and arguably has no actual real gameplay to it. The nature of how you have to level and grind, which involves money, in order to be able to progress is ludicrous. Really, Imperial Star Destroyer? Wow. Yeah, Ditto Walker. I actually picked up Plants vs. Zombies 1 again, just because was a solid game and I wanted to play it again. And I was like, hi! Oh, no. Plants vs. Zombies 2, by contrast, was turned from a good game, arguably a great game, into a terrible game. There's no salvaging that one. That's not ads. They actually changed the gameplay to make that one worse. And yeah, so, like, I would have to go into depth to really explain how bad the Kingdom Hearts mobile game was. So, this is specifically the one, not the other one. How do I even explain this? So... I don't even know. I don't even know how to explain it. It takes... It's extraordinarily grindy. It's your typical grind up and mulch garbage, and then you have multiple currencies, which you have to get from multiple sources in order to be able to improve your output, in order to be able to have the extreme numbers necessary just to progress, because otherwise enemies will literally one-shot you. But even ignoring all the usual mobile crap, which is just the usual mobile crap, the gameplay isn't good. As I mentioned, there is no combat. There is no core gameplay. And, on top of that, the way it works, and I stress, I'm not exaggerating. I don't know what those are, Dark Witcher. So I'll flip a coin. Heads, so Reddit. So, I want you to imagine that you're in town, in an RPG. And you're like, hey, I need to go collect 10 bear asses, right? So, you'll get a cutscene with someone saying, oh my goodness, we need to go collect these bear pieces. It's very important for this stew I'm making. Okay. And then you'll get a lengthy combat section, which, you know, I've already mentioned the problems with leveling up. And then you'll finish the mission. Then you'll get a new mission, which is a lengthy combat section through the same area. Then you'll get another lengthy mission, which is a combat section through basically it's hard to explain this, but imagine if someone just made a pseudo-randomized version of a zone and then made 7 of those versions. And so you just go through the 7 versions of that zone, and then you do that 10 times. And then you get a cutscene saying, oh, I seem to have found some bears. I guess I should go back to town. And then you do that another 10 times to get back to town. It's some of the worst pacing in gaming I have ever seen in my entire life. Not exaggerating. Not memeing. Terrible pacing. Like, we all rag on Kingdom Hearts games for putting way too much of the story at the beginning and the end. This was stupid, the way they did this. Like, I'm sorry for getting upset, but when some people say they hate something because it's popular to say that. Some people say they hate something because they want the attention. Some people say they hate something because they heard someone else say they hate something, and they want to be making the same opinion that other people are having so they could have social bonus points. When I say I hate mobile games, it's because I've done my goddamn job and actually tried them out. And I hate mobile games. I spit upon them. There is such a tiny sliver of mobile games that have the asterisk of acceptable. And an even tinier sliver of that are actually good, that it's disgusting. Imagine, if you will, for a moment, if on the NES there were like 5 good games, 2 of which were great. Okay, that's exaggerative. 15 good games, 2 of which were great. That is unacceptable. And you're probably thinking, why does it piss you off so much, Lore? It's the pink house theory. Oh, you finally got it fixed? Question mark? I'm glad! Exclamation mark. No more swamp cooling. Period. Oh, I can send you a picture, comma. Give me a second, period. I should probably just start using that as an official Lorium because it keeps coming up. The theory here, and I call it a theory, is because this is a complex and nuanced situation. This is loud. You mind if I turn this down a bit? So, the theory here is that you want your house to be pink. So you paint your house pink. Then other people don't like your house because it's pink. That means housing values go down. That means the thing that you wanted, which, you know, is just for you, isn't really affecting anybody else, is in fact affecting everybody else. It is causing damage to those around you. The pink house theory is actually a subset of the drunk driving theory. You know, nobody cares if you go get yourself killed while driving drunk, except for the fact that you have the potential to hurt other people around you. Now, I know that's a bit of an extreme thing to go to. Wait, what? I'm sorry, one moment. But the point behind it... No, piss off. Not you guys. The point behind it is that mobile games have done so much lasting harm to the gaming industry as a whole. How many thousands of people have burnt how many millions of working hours working on garbage? How much money has been cycled around that? How many companies have completely changed the very nature of how they do their infrastructure, their development cycles, their financial cycles, specifically in order to try and accommodate and gear towards mobile gaming? How common and prevalent have predatory microtransaction practices become because of how much money is being made by this garbage? Because let me ask you a very, very simple question. You are a man or a woman, or whatever you are, in a suit. You're in a meeting, and someone comes to you and says, hey, why are we making Diablo 4 when it costs us a minuscule fraction of the amount of time and money to make Diablo immortal, and we've already made millions of dollars off of it? What answer do you give to that? Now, I'm not saying there aren't answers you could give to that. By the way, you've said that 3 times now, Oculus. Just see, in case you're a bot. Are you a bot, Oculus? Mobile gaming pisses me off so goddamn much, because if I just never play a mobile game, it still affects me. Because if I just decide to ignore mobile gaming, I don't get to get away from it. You're fine, Oculus. It's just, you sort of caught me on a roll, and I didn't want to. I didn't want to lose my thread of thought there because, you know, because I'm an idiot. So, anyways, that's why it pisses me off so much. If I don't like Dark Souls, then I can just avoid Dark Souls. Who gives a flippity flip? I'm glad people like Dark Souls. I think that's awesome. But I can't get away from mobile gaming. End rant. Alright, so, the reason for Lord Jackass being the Lord of Hell is he shoved himself into Diablo's corpse, gaining his power. The corpse of... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I can't even. I can't even. Whatever. I mean, I have scored Bloodborne, Sekiro, and Elden Ring all net positive. And I stand by that. A lot of people still jump into my comment sections to bash me for my opinion on the on FromSoft games, on Souls-likes. But I have been exceptionally fair about that franchise for years. Now, listen, see, Trihexy, what happened is after Diablo 2, Diablo's corpse was just laying there in hell. Come on. No. I'm never going to get that I don't even know what that spell is, but I'm never going to get it. Whatever. Just, oh my god. I don't even, whatever. Nothing matters. Base Delta Zero. I guess part of the reason those... I shouldn't even let those kind of comments bother me, but part of the reason those bother me is I work extremely hard to be fair towards things that I don't like, or things that aren't my thing, or things that I actively dislike. I try very, very hard to be as fair and as... I guess accurate is the word I'm going for here when it comes to my reviews. I actually give a very large amount of a damn about this golden number and about the scoring and about this entire system. And for someone to say, oh, your review's invalid because... blah, 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 just sort of nicks me a little bit. It's like if you spend a huge amount of time and effort drawing a picture, and you've really worked very hard to try and make sure that this is the best possible picture you can, and someone walks up and says, wow, it looks like crap. I know it shouldn't bother me, but it totally freaking does. Gala's almost worth a damn now. Check this out. Almost. If he ever has a turn. Which is... Gala, you're pathetic. Check it out. He did 12 damage to that. Woohoo! Should have emulated Mega Man Legends. That's a good question, Blade Travel. That's an interesting point. And that gets into the gray area. Because, yeah, I'm sure Gallo will be worth a damn once I strap a Seru that he hates to him. That's going to be funny, by the way. Because what if... someone's looking at you and says, well, this thing you put a lot of work and effort into making is crap because XYZ. The problem is that's simultaneously more and less valid. I mean, it's all kind of case by case. Everything's case by case. Come on. Nope. I'm never learning that. Like... let's imagine for a moment that... you actually have made all of those flaws in that, right? Let's say that all of the flaws that they point out are actually valid when it comes to your drawing, right? The irony is that hurts even more, because that's not news to you. You noticed all those flaws already. Of course you did. You just spent a huge amount of time and effort working on it. It's valid, but it hurts even more. If someone just shows up and says, oh, you're dumb, that's a joke. That's easy to ignore. That person... is not worth listening to. You know? So, we finally found the tree. Sorry, I had to go pay 3 easy fees of 99 cents in order to get to the tree, but we found it! This is a Genesis tree? This dead, rotting tree doesn't look like it has the power to drive away the mist. But it doesn't matter to me. Hurry up and do whatever you came here to do. There's something wrong. There's something wrong with this Genesis tree. This is different from the other Genesis tree. Terra, what's going on? We're too late. The poison of the mist has killed this Genesis tree. Aw, look at her face. The Genesis tree is dead? But I thought you and Meta could give life to the Genesis tree. Regrettably, this one is too far gone for us to help it. No. In other words, we came all the way here for naught. There's nothing we can do now. Stop wasting time and get back to the monastery. Hey. Vaughn, something's glowing. Look, it's glowing! That glow, it's the glow of raw Seru egg. It's a raw Seru egg. Why do you keep repeating yourself? How fortunate. At least the raw Seru egg still survives. Meta and I will combine our powers and call the raw Seru egg to us. Vaughn, now get the raw Seru egg. See what I mean by the localization not really being bad so much as not good? Come on, the Rossero egg needs the power of a healthy Genesis tree. Take good care of it until then. Yeah, it's probably pretty unhealthy, Orkono. I can't wait to see what kind of Rossero comes out of the egg, and we could grasp it onto Gala. West Tree was dead. I wonder how Songhe fared in the East Forest. I mean, Brutal Legend's probably a better game, Trihexia, but I'm not sure. That sound and light came from the direction of Byron Monastery. Byron Monastery. What happened? The monastery may be in trouble. We must hurry back there. Let's friggin' go! Let's save first. This is a PlayStation 1 game, which I am playing on an extremely legal emulated copy known as Duck Station. The copy of this that I own is actually specifically on the PlayStation 3. Yeah, Duck Station. Woo! Oh, I've been in here for an hour. Come on, do some damage, Gala. Or get paralyzed. I don't know if Duck Station works for PS2. I do know if it works for 1. No, I know what you mean, Mr. Red. The problem is all feedback, all criticism must be debated on an individual case-by-case basis. There's certain patterns, of course, but it's entirely possible that someone who's being a dick doesn't mean to be, if that makes any sense. There's this one time that someone was trying to teach me a little bit about some build orders in StarCraft 2. He was being a complete asshole about it. So I ignored him, because he was being a complete asshole about it. I found out quite some time later that he was actually being legitimate about it. He was actually trying to give me legitimate criticism and feedback on how to play better and do better build orders. And I just dismissed him because of the manner in which he was doing it. By contrast, if someone... I'm not going to use a specific example, but I have to, because that's the thing. If someone tries to give me feedback about a particular review, and the feedback boils down to this thing that you've already explained... like, how do I place this? Let's assume for a moment that there's a game that has... that causes seizures in certain people. Okay, this is all a made-up example, so... And let's say that I give a negative to that game for not properly labeling and warning the fact that it has a seizure warning, right? And I explain that. And I explain how that works, and I explain why that works. And I spend my time doing my due diligence to earn the negative, to really explain why it's there, okay? Then later on, someone leaves a comment on that video saying, "Hey, Lore, I don't have any problem with these flashing lights, so I don't understand why you're giving it a negative." I get that kind of comment a lot, by the way. See, the irony, Narcid, is you could say something like that. Who cares about commenters? But the answer is I do. I know I probably shouldn't, but I do. I mean, I care about people. And I do care about what people think about the product I put out. I do the very best I can in order to make sure that I am doing the very best that I can. And I don't mean that as a harshness, Narcid, it's just that's the truth of it. It bothers me when someone doesn't like a review I've put out, because effectively that's something I've screwed up on, or something I can't succeed at, one of the two. You know, you say that, Oculus, I've gotten those comments. You remember when we had that horrific issue, the mega crash issue in Horizon Zero Dawn? I got people bashing me for dinging it for that. And you could guess why. Because they didn't have those crash issues. Hey, Ventures. Congrats! And of course, the other side of this, and this is purely internal, but I got nothing else to talk about right now. No offense, Imperial Star Destroyer. These dungeons aren't great. But the other side of it is I'm always worried. And I'm sure I'm not the only person who has that, right? There's always that part of you that thinks, are they right? Because the last thing I want is to become too stuck up, too full of myself, or not willing to accept external input, or anything like that, right? The last thing I want is to be the kind of person that I hate. And so, whenever I get those comments, I tend to chew on them for a bit. It's like, alright, is this valid? Okay, this comment is not valid. Ugh. Is this comment valid? I just mentally chew on those comments every time they come in. As a way of checking myself, essentially. I think I'm going the wrong way. Oh, no, maybe not. He had to know, Coopster! What? Oh, that might be a such and such. And you can always tell in some case... Well, you can sometimes tell because, like, the specific shape of it, you know? Yeah, identifying trolls... The good news is most trolls are what we call low-effort trolls. They don't really bother. So they're just like, you know, idiots. I don't know how else to put that. Just some really obvious, yeah, okay, sure, whatever, buddy. It's when someone pops in and says, you know, gives a reasoned response and says, hey, okay, ... If someone pops in and says, Laura, you're dumb. You're so lazy for not putting footage in your videos. Then that person's an idiot, and I don't have to listen to them. Oh god, trolls who put in effort are the worst. So which game has the more polarizing opinion? Final Fantasy VIII or Chrono Cross? Now, so there's two metrics we can judge that by, Venetia Silver. Quantity and severity. So in terms of quantity, it's probably Final Fantasy VIII. Because, as I mentioned earlier today, actually, Final Fantasy VIII sold extremely well. Something like 8 million units moved just on the PS1. Which, for those of you not aware, is crazy good. So, lots of varying opinions on FF8. In terms of severity, no, it's still FF8. Because, ironically, Chrono Cross is far more beloved than it is not. In fact, I know 2 people personally who don't like Chrono Cross. I'm one of them, by the way. So, it's not a big group. Well, you see, Ross. Oh, we're up to 3. 3 people don't like Chrono Cross. I can't, in fairness, say Chrono Cross is bad. I can't. Because I haven't played it since it came out. And that's literally over 20 years ago. What are you talking about? My review has footage right here. But yes, the post-review wrap-up videos do not have footage in them. Because of every reason, actually. Time is probably the biggest one. Because, so, like, if I put random footage... I'll just talk this out, because, again, I don't have much to talk about right now. If I just put random footage in the background, first of all, that would actually be lazy, and second of all, that would still take a fairly large amount of time. If I put relevant footage in the background, that would take an enormous, onerous amount of time. The reason other YouTubers do that is because they have a team of people. This is not a joke. There's one person, or occasionally more than one person, and that one person's job is to go through the footage and mark it. Like, okay, I'm looking for this, I'm looking for this, I'm looking for this, right? Stuff that's relevant to the discussion at hand. Then there's another separate person who actually strings that stuff together for how long each clip needs to be for the discussion at hand. Because sometimes you're talking about something that only lasts 10 seconds, and you're talking about it for 5 minutes, so you need to do something with that. It's a huge time consumer. The second reason I don't do that is because I cover everything effectively. Like, I cover so many different types of games that there's no way to be sure which games are safe to show footage on. Because most games are safe, but not every game. And some games are safe to put music up, but not every game, and so forth and so on. And you know that, well, maybe you don't know, but trust me when I say that I am extremely well versed in the minefield that it is putting content up on YouTube. There's a reason why, if you look at one of my ruminations right now, what you're looking at is 99% completely original content, with the exception of the footage of either Witcher 3 or Assassin's Creed Origins at the very beginning, and the sprites at the end, which I animated to say thank you to the supporters of the show. That's all that isn't original content. Everything else, the music, me, the talking, the showcasing of the Earth thing, all that stuff, all of that is completely unique and original to me because YouTube. I like this song by it. It's probably the only song I really like in the whole game so far. God, please ask me random questions. Evo, save me! Oh my god! Anyways, hi. What's up? The Illusion of Gaia soundtrack has one extraordinarily good song in it, and I don't even remember the rest of them. Yeah, we're going to do a couple things here. First, we're going to turn this back up. Then we're going to mute it. Then we're going to sit here in quiet and peace. We're going to understand the full nature of the universe as we beat up these ostriches, because we are Australia. Why is this taking so damn long? Sorry, the music player takes a while to load sometimes, so you're going to give me a minute. Just gonna sit here and do my thing while I wait for it to show up. Yes, I have actually played Soul Blazer. In fact, when we did our review of Terranigma, I specifically brought up the Soul Blazer trilogy. Because Terranigma is part of the Soul Blazer trilogy. Although how is a little bit debatable. Okay, Illusion of Gaia, Illusion of Gaia. That's what you asked about. Really? Okay. That's interesting. Maybe it's here? Yeah, there it is. This actually isn't the exact version of the song. This is one of my variances. This is the good song in Illusion of Gaia. I know, it's the sped up version. Whatever, live with it. I'm not sure where the original is right now. I suddenly have lots of questions. This is great! Okay, what do we got here? Let's pull this over here so I can see these more easily. Scooch this over here. Here we go. Would a game get crash or bug negatives if you only heard about it from other people? If they were trusted sources? Yes, absolutely. In fact, we've actually done that several times. In several cases, there are games that I never played when they launched, and they got a negative for a bad launch. We just did this literally last week with Mortal Kombat 11. I obviously did not play Mortal Kombat 11 at launch, but there were several trusted sources which indicated the status of the game at launch. That's a negative. So absolutely, that is a thing we can and have done. That being said, I'm pretty strict about that. If you've ever seen me have that argument, you may or may not have seen me get pretty harsh about, like, are you sure? Give me details. Like, give me screenshots. Give me actual specifics. Because I'm not just gonna... You know, I heard from my cousin! who wanted to go bowling, and while we were going bowling, he was like, "Oh man, Mortal Kombat 11 sucked at launch, yo! It sucked so bad, man." She's like, "It was so super fine, man," and I'm just like, "Oh man." I don't know where that I don't know where that went. Don't ask me. I guess I'll stop the Illusion of Gaia music. Dude, my bowling cousin, he's just so awesome. You don't even know. Anyway, so that's my opinion on the Illusion of Gaia soundtrack. Let's go back and see what's going on with the monks. I'm going to save those questions for our next dungeon, because dungeons tend to be super downtime. And I really hope Imperial Star Destroyer isn't going to hate me for this, but I'm going to give a negative to the game. It's our second negative so far. For dungeon design, if you're wondering. I'm actually being, well... So, the way this is working out, this is technically an aggregate. I'm actually giving a negative for the first 3 dungeons. But the reason why is because it's a problem I keep running into. The game is rather inoffensive, but it's getting a little bit dull as a consequence. So they're not actually bad dungeons, unlike some other games I could mention that have legitimately bad dungeon design. It's more like they're just kind of there. But the problem is that's still bad, it's just not as bad. So instead of giving, like, for example, 3 negatives to the first 3 dungeons, we're giving 1 negative for the first 3 dungeons. Make sense? See, I try to earn these. I try to make it make sense for why I'm giving this negative. Yeah, it's expected padding, exactly, Venetia. And it's like, that's not great, you know? It's padding. It's straight up padding. It's actually a shame, because I feel like if the dungeons were less, or better, then I'd be having a way better time overall. Let's see. Who knows? Maybe the dungeons will get better. Like a lot of games, even Zebra Hooves. Yeah, exactly. God. A lot of games bounce around when it comes to the quality of their dungeon design, so we'll see what this one does long term. Someone broke... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Yep, the mist is in the monastery. What on earth happened? I'll go ahead and see what's going on. No, wait, you're pathetic and terrible. Wait for the real heroes. I know, Ross. Yeah, Persona 5 is a perfect example of wildly varying dungeon design. Because the first dungeon in Persona 5 is actually pretty damn good. Positive range good. And then it just... after that. And then there's frickin' Mementos, but I'm not getting into that. It's the Seru. I smell the Seru. Let's frickin' deal with them then. Oh, God, Perker. Yeah, Beyond Good and Evil also had the first dungeon, best dungeon right off the bat. It was actually enjoyable. I was legitimately into it. Let's use another example. In Final Fantasy VII, the original, Shinra Tower is, and I mean this without exaggeration, one of the better dungeons in the Final Fantasy series. That's pretty early on. Well, these guys are all dead, so that's cool. Could it be? Is it you, Vaughn? So that is absolutely something that happens, Walker, yes. We know in many, many cases that dungeon design, game design in general, tends to get worse as you go further into a game because they're running into a deadline, because they're operating under crunch, because they're getting tired, because the work is suffering, because they're running out of money, because they're running out of time. It's extraordinarily common. It is rare that a last dungeon or an outro is one of the better aspects of a game. Which is one of the reasons I'm so damn jazzed when they do it really, really right. Like, in Final Fantasy VIII, Ultimecia's dungeon is legit. And in Final Fantasy VI, Kefka's Tower is similarly legit. And I could probably... FF5, the Nothingness. Black Omen, absolutely. Chrono Trigger. Actually having trouble coming up with another one, which is sort of making my point for me. Yeah, no. So, we made it back safely. I heard what happened from Master Teacher. So the Genesis tree of West Forest is already dead. That's too bad. As you can see, things here are a mess. That Songhe betrayed us. Oh, no. You know what? Yeah, Hyrule Castle in Breath of the Wild. Good example. It is not impossible, Evo. The problem is, and I know this is going to sound like some hippie nonsense, but let's be completely honest about this, okay? The reason this happens so often is that the people who decide, the people who make the decisions about making a game, are not the people making the game. The people who make the decisions about making the game are the money people, and they are interested in making money. So they're not thinking about how long it takes to make the game, because they don't care. The monastery wall was destroyed with a great blast. Then came Songhe and many Seru. The mist came in and caught us off guard. There were so many Seru monsters. Songhe had a Seru on his arm. That Seru may have been controlling him. We barely made it here alive. Such a pitiful story. There are exceptions, of course, by the way. I don't want to paint with too broad of a brush, but you get my point. What about Gala? Where's Gala? When he heard Songhe had done this, he ran off in a rage. Maybe he went to look for the monks who survived the attack, or to track down Songhe. There's nothing I could do. What a disgrace I am! I speak with the voice of God! Actually, what she just said was, don't cry. If you cry, I'll cry, so don't cry. We'll talk about the Lufia 1 and 2 last dungeons. Yeah, when we get there. I actually specifically skipped over those on purpose, Ross. And we'll get into why when we get there. How's our money doing? Not bad, actually. I should probably mention that obviously there are exceptions. So I just mentioned that, right? Some money people do want to make a good game. Some money people understand, that a good game leads to good income. Some people want to make a good game and make money. They're not mutually exclusive goals, after all. I'd say the difficulty has eased up. Pretty much the moment we got a second party member and got past the boss fight, the difficulty eased up, which, if you're paying attention, I said would happen. God, you're so close. Can I just sell something? Yeah, one battle. Let's sell that. Boo. Perfect. Or I could have sold the survival knife I don't even need. Probably should have done that. Whatever. Save your clothes. Booyaka. I'm not going to sell those. May would be upset at me if I sold those. Depends on if you like puzzles. I mean, a certain mountain... well, we'll get there when we get there in Lufia 2. Why did this have to happen now after the Genesis tree gave us such hope? Well, you're a terrible master. No offense. Okay, I think we're safe to go back to questions. Let's look at our questions here. Mr. Red says, what is the strangest... let's actually do this. Strangest question you've ever gotten from the question bot? I don't think I get a lot of strange questions. At least not ones I actually answer. Venture says, what game got a sequel that you were like, huh? That got a sequel? Or, this is a sequel to that game? I can't believe that lived through that. Didn't live through that. Games I was surprised that they got a sequel at all. I can think of quite a few, actually. So I'm trying to pick, like, a really big one. Like, I'm like, wow. It's a miracle we got that. And, I mean, the easy answer is FF14. But yeah, I was actually thinking about Drakengard. The fact that Drakengard got near... Well, Drakengard got Drakengard 2 is a little bit shocking, honestly. Last of Us. Last of Us shouldn't have had a sequel, but that's neither here nor there. Oh no! It's a Seru. It's a Seru monster. Yeah, we know who that is. Maya. It's Maya. She's turned into a Seru. Maya, wait. Maya, I'll get that Seru off you. Wait, I'll take it off. That's... Noah, stop. But... if you rip it off her like that, she'll die. That's convenient. Why? I don't understand. Listen, Noah. Listen carefully. You should never remove Sarah from a human when the mist is around. Sarah and the human are one, so if you do that, they will die. There's only one way to free a human who's turned into a Seru monster. And that is to get rid of the mist. You said there's a Genesis tree in East Forest, right? Yeah? If you want to help Maya, you have to awaken the tree there. Then she'll turn back into a human? Noah, I would never lie to you. Ho 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 ho! That's not a yes or a no, sir. I've noticed that, Crazy Nurse. So yes, let's read the letter from Maya. To my daughter, May. Ooh, that's not a good sign. Today, Vaughn came to Byron and told me about Juno. I was so shocked, and I shed many tears. When I think of how lonely you must be, my heart breaks with grief. When you were still young, I left you to come to Byron. I left because of the mist. Please forgive me for leaving you in Rimelm. Vaughn says I can return with him, but there's something keeping me here at the monastery a little longer. Please forgive me. There are 2 orphans here, Songhai and Gala. They're about your age, and they're like my sons to me. My obligations here compel me to stay. You must think I don't care for you, but that's not true. I know that the people of the village are supporting you. Please forgive. Okay, lady, I get that. But, like, your daughter was about 4 years old when you abandoned her. I'm surprised she remembers you. Anyways. Well, time to get some lightning, maybe. Yeah, we're doing good on AP. Wow, okay. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, sequels. So, games I'm surprised are sequels to other games. The irony is I can't answer that because every answer to that is actually a spoiler. But let's just say I can think of several games where the twist was it was a sequel and not a, you know, whatever else it was supposed to be. And I was just like, oh. And that's all I'm going to say about that. And she just got the power of theater. Blade Travolta... Oh, I already answered that question. Imperial Star Destroyer says, do any of the YouTube alternates have better copywriting rules? So the answer to that question is yes, if you're only looking at it from a surface level. If you're actually thinking about it, the answer is no. The specific reason that YouTube... Oh, now we both have theater. Great! The specific reason YouTube has copyright issues is because YouTube is trying very hard to avoid legal responsibility for... How do I explain this? So the core problem is actually the trademark holders, the copyright holders. They're the ones causing the copyright. Now YouTube is arguably making it worse by capitulating to them rather than fighting them. So rather than trying to say... So YouTube would have the legal right, might, and financial backing to go to bat for me. and go after CNN, or sorry, CBS, excuse me, now Paramount, and say, no, he's doing a review of a Voyager episode. He has every right to put that up there. Legal battle, and win that battle. YouTube does not do that because that takes time and money. So what YouTube has been doing is trying very hard to completely remove themselves from that legal battle and capitulate to it. So, in other words, they're just kind of getting out of the way of the arrow that's being tossed at us. Does that make sense? The relevance here is that any other video hosting service is going to have that exact same equation, and is probably going to make the exact same decision for the exact same reason. Because it would cost time and money, and they really don't want to hurt the bottom line. So, that's that. Now, what's my thought on motorcycles? I've actually driven on several motorcycles, and I was actually really into two-wheelers for a while. Then Noah died. Jesus Christ. So then something happened, and as a direct consequence of that something happened, I've never actually been able to drive a two-wheeler since then. It was a really minor accident, but what happened was I hit the brakes pretty much at the wrong time. Now that is a me fault, I made that mistake, but I ended up skidding on some pebbles, and so I went over the handlebar. Right over the front. And I landed on my palms. I actually still have the scars on the bottom of my palms to this very day from that. Skid for a while. That was fun. And the problem is, from that point onwards, anytime I would start to brake even a little bit, even when I knew it was safe, I couldn't help but feel what it felt like to go flying over the handlebars and go diving into the asphalt. And that got to me to the point where I eventually couldn't ride anymore. So I stopped. They are fun in video games, though. See Mario Kart, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, etc. So, let's see, next question. Evo says, remember that rule we talked about? No. The one that forbids becoming too close to the locals on a planet. Yes. How can that be enforced? Every way? I don't even understand that question. Like, give me something specific, and I'll answer you, Evo. Because they have people in... You need some kind of directive telling you to be a dick at all times. We're calling it the Dick Directive. It's got some alliteration going on. I checked the entire monastery. Everyone's either dead or changed into Seru. Can't be true. Songhi did all this. How could he have done this? What was he thinking? I have to talk to Songhi. I have to find out why he did this. But are you going to the East Forest? Yeah. I knew it. I know that Songhi is waiting for me there. If the Genesis tree is still alive, I'll revive it and free the monastery from the mist. After traveling together, I know how strong you are now. Yeah, beat your ass 6 ways sideways. Actually, to be honest, I'm not confident enough to go without you. Hey, you acknowledge it. You can come with, dude. Let's go. Well, that depends, admittedly, Evo. But again, it depends. That's the problem. Like, okay, in your exact case, in your exact situation, let's say someone decided to get really chummy with one of the locals, there are 2 ways they would find out about that. Way 1 is the person would report that they're getting chummy with the locals because they're not negligent, to put it bluntly. They are sufficiently professional and capable and competent to recognize what they're doing and say, I should report on this just in case this is an issue. Then they would report on it, and then they would go from there. Option number 2 is if the higher-ups in charge were actually monitoring the situation, which in most circumstances they would, because they're in a spaceship. That's monitoring them from space. Right? So, now that being stated, most of the time, I'd go so far as to say like 99% of the time, the people in the spaceship do not see the reason or need to monitor, because there is no reason or need to monitor. Like, unless it's a really dangerous situation, they're more hands-off, you know, just kind of hanging out waiting for a call-in. If it is a dangerous situation, then that scanning station, and I want to be very clear about this because I'm not being facetious here, that scanning station will be manned 24/7. It will be an unending stream of shift changing to make sure that they're keeping watch just in case something goes wrong at some point in time. These are kind of cool looking. Not those, the praying mantis things. The twin tomb. Whatever that is. But of course, what this really boils down to is you're saying, how can that be enforced? Which I don't think is the question you're actually asking me. I think you're asking, how is it usually enforced? And I've already answered that. The answer to that is, it's usually enforced by the person doing it. The term due diligence is a term I throw around a lot, but it's a term I mean. Yeah, I know, right, Venetia? It's apparently a horror game. I mean, we've already kind of seen that. Anyways. But yes, like, so Bob decides to get really chummy with Barbarella, who's one of the locals. Bob will, with extremely high certainty, report on that. If Bob does not report on that, oh, let's just say that the odds of someone not finding out at some point in time are effectively 0. And if you don't report on something like that, even if it's a non-issue, the not reporting is an issue. Does that make sense? Let me phrase this another way. I know, right, Pillager Snow? If my niece does something and then lies to me about it, I'm not particularly upset about the fact that she did something. She's a kid. We all make mistakes. Whatever. You lie to me about it, that's a problem. I feel something. I feel Songi's presence. Songi is here! Vaughn, Noah, I need you two to promise me something. Even if Songi appears before you, don't fight him! I will not promise you jack, sir. I know this is asking a lot, but if Sarah possesses his soul, as you say, I want to be the one to take care of him. I will detain you no longer. And again, the reason being, and I've told my niece this to her face, it's like, alright, look, if you screw up or something happens or whatever, I need to know about it so we can fix it. You may be in trouble, and I can't promise that you won't be, but if you lie to me about it, you will be in trouble. Because I no longer have the knowledge and information about what went wrong in order to try and rectify the situation. Yeah, no, I think you're right, Crazy Norse. I am not looking forward to that. And we can't even give him a frickin' spell yet. So it's just straight stats. Yeah, exactly, Blade Travel. You still... It may or may not affect you. That's the higher-up's job to decide. You still need to report it. It's entirely feasible that the higher-up will say, okay, thank you for reporting in. And that'll be the end of it, you know? Anyways, moving on. Let's see. Venetia says, much like the Valley of the Four Winds is my home in Azeroth, for FF14, which zone would be my home? Ooh, that's a good question. Obviously, it would be on the first. Let's just get that out of the way. I feel like the Crystarium is really the only choice there, though. Yeah, no. I think I'm going to go through Crystarium and the subsequent farmland right adjacent there, too. Well, there's several problems with Yulmore. First of all, Yulmore itself looks, gross. I really do not like the architecture of that place. Second of all, they have literally generations of class imbalance that they're still fixing. That's going to be a mess. Third problem is the fact that it's going to, you know, they're going to be reliant heavily on seafood, I can't really do seafood. Fourth problem is we've got the racist dwarves just up north. And I think it's it. No, I can't have meal, because by the time in which the game, is concluded, meal is no longer an option. Level up Rivera a bit. So he's up to level 6. Where is he at? Oof. Oof. I like sushi, I don't like seafood. And I know what you're like, huh? But no, there really is a difference. Especially in smell. A weed hammer. What? A weed hammer? What's a weed hammer? It's something used to break crystal grass and other types of hard grass. Oh. Wow, is this a dungeon mechanic? Kind of. Interesting. I don't know if you've heard me say this before, Eva, but I haven't been able to do seafood since the second surgery. So I do need to try seafood now that I've had the most recent surgery with my nose. It's one of the few things I haven't tried yet. I'm gonna hold off on that for right now. I have an idea. One of the biggest troubles I keep having, Venetia, is I keep finding myself holding my breath when I don't have to because of muscle memory. Like when I'm straining to lift something actually heavy. And I'm like, oh yeah, I can breathe while doing this. I used to just go without air while doing particularly strenuous activities because there was no alternative. What about you, by the way, Venetia? Oh, you just said. Sorry, Ul'dah. Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind working at Ul'dah as of the end of the game, after most of the reforms have started taking place. Gridania can go straight to hell. And, Limsa Laminsa has the seafood problem I just mentioned. So. Which brings me to the next question. How would I fix copyright? So, the first and most obvious thing... So, hang on. Let's address the elephant in the room when it comes to copyright. Copyright varies from nation to nation. And while there's some universality, there also really isn't. So, copyright laws need to be standardized, to put it as bluntly as I can. We simply live in too global of a society to not. Right? You effectively cannot have a Disney product, for example, without that product being considered for a huge number of different nations, which have hugely different rules and laws about copyright. So that's problem number one. Problem number two, let's just rip out all existing laws about copyright. 100% of it. Gone. Thanos into existence. Hey, Fringe. What's up? It is my opinion, and I stress the way I'm saying that, because I don't have fact backing this, that society would be better served by authenticity rather than copyright. So what I mean by that, let's say Evo comes up with this brand new thing. It's called Mickey Mouse, okay? And she really wants to do... Yeah, no kidding, Crazy Norse. She really wants to go ahead and... market this Mickey Mouse character. It's going really well. Mickey's taking off a bit. She's got some idea for some shows, some idea for some movies. Yeah, it's called Mickey Evo. It's great. It's fantastic and awesome and wonderful. So, the general idea here, and the specifics would have to be nailed down, would be that she would have the exclusive rights to Mickey Evo for X period of time. And then once that period of time ran out, she would retain authenticity rights. What that means is, as the original creator of Mickey Evo, she wouldn't be the copyright holder, she'd be the authentic holder, or the authenticity holder. Make sense? So, after X amount of time has passed, Harriet can make a Mickey Evo game, and Crazy Norse can make a Mickey Evo book, and Fringe Philosopher can make a Mickey Evo song. And that's all legal. But it's all their takes on it, and those have to be labeled properly. The only one who actually gets to put that label of, this is the original deal, is Evo. That's the general direction I would take copyright. Now, a lot of that's based on conjecture and presumption. I don't actually know if that would work. If you're paying attention, yes, that's based on how copyright law originally worked. When I say originally, I mean going back like a couple centuries. It's been a minute. I mean, Disney's very empire was founded on that very concept. Taking another idea that someone else made that has since opened up into the public domain and doing their own spin on it. Does Evo still profit on stuff made with the original idea? Evo still profits on whatever she makes of the original idea, yes. If Evo decides to license the authenticity to someone else, she can do that, and she can profit off of that. I'm sure there's like a dozen ways to crack holes in this idea, because that's how it works. I've said before, and I've said it again, I'm not actually really good at identifying exploits, which in my particular existence is usually a thing when it comes to game design, but obviously that's a relevant thing when it comes to legality as well. By the way, that's me holding it down. I should jot that down in the quality of life features. Jot that down. There are many commands for it, Fringe. Many, many, many. So does the creation of Mickey Evo other material after the cutoff also qualify for copyright protections? So, yes, the way that would work is if she decides to keep trying to profit off of Mickey Evo, she can. She still holds the authenticity rights. That's still her version of Mickey Evo, her particular take on the work. She is still making something. She is still designing and building off of something that she has. She still gets to profit off of that. Now, the real trick that nobody's asked about yet is how you handle it when the original person dies. Because, in all and total honesty, I think that's actually the other major problem with existing copyright law. Because Tolkien is dead, and yet the Tolkien estate is problematic for anybody who knows any of the history of the Tolkien estate. And then we get into the really messed up thing where corporations are treated as people legally. So the Disney Corporation owns several copyright laws, which obviously doesn't, you know, as long as that corporation still exists, it's still alive, and you start to see some problems there too. That's another discussion. That would take a whole other different layer of debate and debate. I don't know what else to add to that. So the way that would work is, let's say you, Walker, decide to make Mickey Evo blue. And it's about a Mickey Evo, but it's actually blue, and it's your own completely original take on it. So obviously you own the right and the authenticity to that particular version and variant of Mickey Evo blue. Now, let's say that takes off. Let's say that becomes its own franchise. Congratulations, you now get X days of copyright over your particular take on it. And assuming that doesn't, the same thing applies. We have a new branch in sort. Go for it, Crazy Norse. It varies, Venetia. In some cases, I know exactly what I'm looking at. In other cases, I'm actually having trouble seeing some of the forest for the trees. The forest itself is probably one of the worst visually distinct areas in the game, but I didn't have that area in that problem in most other areas. That's a good question, Evo. I would say none, but again, the problem of corporations comes into that. So, if we were to say 0 time, so for example, let's say the moment that you die, Mickey Evo becomes public domain, truly public domain. The catch with that is if you decide to transfer the rights and copyright holding over to a company that you own, that would still apply, but if that company continues to be profitable for, I don't know, a century or so, then it's still around and it hasn't died and it never goes into public domain, which is admittedly part of the problem we're running into with Disney. Yeah, I noticed that, Venetia. Let's actually refill a little bit on him. Let's have her go after that. And you still suck. Yeah, a company can effectively be immortal, especially if you get really asterisk-y with it. Like, the currently existing Walt Disney Company is debatably not the original Walt Disney Company. Actually, Coke is a better example. The current existing Coke company is very logically not the original Coca-Cola company in several ways, and I don't just mean the obvious ways. But rights transfer when companies split or merge or subsume into themselves or whatever. One of the reasons that mergers usually involve the creation... Oh, hey, we got water. The creation of a brand new company in order to modify that is because, legally speaking, it's a lot simpler and easier way of doing things. Like, yeah, is Westwood actually... I mean, Westwood is dead, depending on how you define that. Its developers are still making games, they're just off to... Hey, she got Nido! We finally got Nido! Whatever Nido is. I need to see what Nido is. And the Westwood label still exists under EA. It's just, you know, hasn't done anything in 2 decades. Let's see. What does that do? Hell's Music. Kill or it's death. It's frickin' death. Also, theater has a laser. Interesting. Yes, Westworld is dead to me. Yeah, exactly, Crazy Norse. With regards to Sherlock Holmes. So, I don't mean this as an insult, Fringe Philosopher, but so far I am impressed at how good this game is for the time. There's been a lot of negatives I haven't given yet. I'll show you in a second, Venetia. Give me a sec. Oh. Alright, Nido. I smite thee. Oh wow, that costs a lot of mana. That costs a ton of mana, Jesus. Alright, let's see here. So I hope that answers you, Walker. The whole idea is the branching tree idea, which again boils back down to the original purpose behind copyright. The idea is that you want to make something, and you want to profit off of it, but you don't want to limit ideas from humanity. Which I know sounds like a broad concept, but I mean it. You want... It's a compromise. Actually, again, copyright is a bit of a compromise. You want to kind of branch, so you make your thing, and then someone branches off and makes their thing, and someone might branch off of your thing and make their thing. And so we add to humanity, we add to culture, we add to artistic existence in order to kind of continue to branch that out. Anyways. So, Daxieth asked me a curiosity about the FS we haven't reviewed. Technically, we haven't reviewed any FF right now except for Mystic Quest, but let's not get into that. Yes, Tactics is on the list, and 13 is on the list. Neither of them are funded, of course. I think that's it for the ones we didn't cover at the moment. No, I'm wrong. I think Dissidia is on the list as well. In short, I have definite interest in doing that, but I'm trying to hold off on that because, you know, I got a lot of other things to get through first. So that looked like, yep, That is an accessory. Alright, Gala. Increased defense against thunder. You know what? Sure. I will give you every benefit I could give you. In fact, actually, I've been debating going and buying some gear for you from the castle on the other side of the continent, just to make sure you're good for the upcoming fight. Oh yeah, and Dirge of Cerberus. That's another one. Do I think copyrights should not be transferable? That's a very tricky situation. I am not super fond of the idea of telling someone that you can't give something to someone else. That drifts into territory I'm not super, happy with. But, at the same time, there are lots of proven ways in order to completely exploit giving copyright ownership all over the place in order to kind of loop it around. Like, Crazy Norse could come up with something that's like, hey, I've got this new thing. It's about a Norseman who's insane, and he's crazy. And, it's like, oh, man, but, I'm just getting old, and I don't want to do anything anymore, but I still want to make money off of it. And so Crazy Norse can go ahead and give ownership of that to Walker. Walker can then take ownership of that. And in exchange, they either have a legal or under-the-table binding agreement saying Walker will now give a portion of the profits of that continuing franchise to Crazy Norse, who can now retire off of the profits of it. And that could lead to some other issues, and... I mean, then we just have the Tolkien estate again, because then a copyright can just be held forever, and you get the problem. So, sorry, the short answer is, I'm not sure, Walker. I am man enough and adult enough and old enough to admit when I don't know. I was actually thinking about something like that as a compromise, Walker. Maybe the original copyright holder can literally transfer it once. Just the once. One branch. Hey, Diane Kiddo. So, you can give it to Crazy Norse, but Crazy Norse can never give it to anyone. When Crazy Norse bows out, for one reason or another, that's it. Let's level healing a little bit more. Yeah, single-use transference, exactly. There's actually a legal term for that, which I can't think of right now, but whatever, you get the idea. So, those are for Vaughn only, so I actually can't transfer any gear from him over. And those are for Noah only. I can get that. Let's go ahead and get rid of the jewel. There. He's buff his defense a little bit. And yeah, maybe one transfer is too few. Again, specifics of numbers is a matter of balancing. Same as the amount of time it lasts. Yeah, you killed Question Bot. Sorry, Evo. It's okay, I just restarted it. Let's see here. Do I prefer pre-designed but bland dungeons or randomly generated ones? Well, that's an interesting question, because you failed to give me the relevance that I actually need for that. Because what I care about is good dungeons. So, you say that the pre-designed dungeons are bland, but how are the randomly generated ones? Are they good, bad, in between? Everything? All the above? While we're here, Venetia asks, what's officially worse in Final Fantasy? This is going to be funny. The basketball court scene in Final Fantasy VIII, or the platefall scene in FF7R1? The platefall scene in FF7R1. So, I know that's going to raise some hackles, especially since I myself have bashed the basketball scene for literally years. But the thing is, the basketball scene is a terrible idea, very well executed. And the FF7R1 platefall scene is a great idea, terribly executed. So would you rather have a good scene that's stupid, or a bad scene that ruins itself? Lakers for life, while we're on it. Lakers for the win. That's also the only wait, excuse me. There are 2 basketball teams I know off the top of my head, Lakers and Bulls. No points for guessing why I know those 2. In that case, I'll take the random ones, Dr. Winter. Bland dungeons are bland dungeons. Random dungeons can be good. So, at least that's something. Favorite food besides sushi? Yeah, exactly, Walker. I wasn't even into basketball that much. I like to play more than I like to watch. Kind of hard to avoid, you know, just the whole era. Yeah, you couldn't get away from the Bulls in the 90s. Michael Jordan, let's be clear. All memes and jokes aside, Michael Jordan was an insane combination of talent and skill and charisma and position. Just ridiculous, right? Anybody who's studied any kind of basketball career knows better than I do just how crazy Michael Jordan really was for basketball. Favorite land animal to eat? Cows. Kidding, Ross. So I'll skip over her question for a second. Narset says, I know you're very anti-SMT games being added to the list. Would you consider Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2? No, absolutely not. As it happens, I have played Digital Devil Saga, so I'm not speaking from ignorance when I say, no. That game is extremely not my thing, and I'm actually moving towards being more restrictive about games that being added to the list, not less. So that's a big, hard no on that. Honestly, I'm strongly considering just saying games that I know are coffee, just saying no to. So I don't get comments about them anymore. I mean, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't part of it. Would I add the other Persona games? I mean, 4 is already on the list. I think 3 is too. And 5, we're due for an audit, you know, after I win the lottery. That's what that's going to take. Ross asks, is Ryza purely a tourist planet, or are there Ryzians? Yeah, Ryzians are actually a people. In fact, the Ryza being a tourist planet actually predates the Federation. In fact, it actually predates the Coalition of Planets, even. Which is really impressive when you think about it. Reloaded and I were thinking about that for the Trek rewrite, and we've decided, rather than just let that Ryza kind of be its own thing that gets absorbed into the Federation, we're going to pull the Ferengi in on that. And have Ryza be one of the Ferengi's, let's call it foot in the doors, for that particular oversector. You know, because smart Ferengi, like we've already talked about that. How do I define if it's coffee? If I've never played it before. That's a good question. Dark Souls is coffee. I think I can say that pretty definitively. I knew Frenbo was going to be black licorice walking into it. That was pretty definitive. It's usually obvious. Not always, but it's usually obvious. Code Vein? We'll see with Code Vein. And Hollow Knight, for that matter. I know, right, Blade Travell? Like, why wouldn't the Ferengi be involved with Ryza? Especially if we go with our version of the Ferengi, who are smart, or at least some of them are smart. So, who's ready for Gala's solo boss fight? Look, everyone, it's the Genesis tree. This is gonna suck so hard. It's alive! Yay! Come on, Gala, it's alive! The Genesis tree is still alive! You've said that 4 times, Jesus Christ. Who knows? Code Vein might be coffee, I don't know. That is a possibility. This Genesis tree does seem different from the one in West Foz Forest. Did Songhe find this Genesis tree? Or did the Genesis tree mislead him into taking a wrong turn somewhere? Vaughn, an evil presence draws near. Hurry, let's revive the Genesis tree. Yeah, I know, we got a boss fight coming. Now wait just a minute, for I am pure evil. Watch what you're doing or you'll hurt yourselves. Gala, I knew you'd come. You're so predictable. How thoughtful of you to come all the way here to check up on me. I'm flattered. But don't worry about me. I'm the picture of health, physically and mentally. I may be wearing a Sarah, but I haven't done anything stupid like let it control me. It's a special Saru. It gives me pure energy, extraordinary power. Gala, you're no match for me now. Fight me, I'll destroy you, just like I destroyed Byron Monastery. Yeah, that's a good way to prove that you're sane. I'm super sane. I just killed all my friends and family. Yeah, sorry, it's time for the bikini stream. That's it, I'm gonna knock your block off, Songhe. Let me at him. Noah, you promised to leave him to me, right? Songhe, you say you're not possessed by the Saru? You're not the Songhe I know. You're nothing but a bloodthirsty beast. I don't know what happened to you, but you are obviously void of a human spirit. You wanna fight me that badly, then I'll fight you. I'll beat the evil out of you and return you to normal. Hopeless simpleton, that you still don't understand the situation. Well, I'll show you. I'll hammer into that thick skull of yours. Gala, I thought you were stronger than that. You're not even a worthy opponent. It's ridiculous. Absurd. You need more practice. Not even worth dirtying my hands over. I'll leave you to one of my cohorts. Have a nice, enjoyable, pleasant death. No, I'll be in the bikini, Haria, don't worry. Well, okay, that sucks. Let's do this. God, you're so pathetic. Not you, Bregman, you're amazing. No, he's pathetic. He's up to 3 attacks, though, holy schmoly. Yeah, I thought so too, Crazy Norse. So let's see, questions while we're fighting this fight. Mr. Red says, let's just say you have a single power to change Star Trek forever, but the one change you are allowed to make is to rename the Prime Directive the Prick Directive. Do you use that power? No. Fringe Philosopher says, what is Cheersama's perfect Sunday? Question. Hold on. Let me pull up the walkthrough for no reason. Although I guess it doesn't matter. He has, what, 8 now? Hang on. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jesus. Okay. do those two. And you also has 6. Okay. For you, let's do, I don't know, you be less pathetic. No, less pathetic. Ow. That hurt like hell. Oh my god, you're pathetic. Okay, that's bad. So let's heal. Whoops. No! Ugh! Okay. I know, right? Crazy Norse. It's okay, we just buy the guide. It's valid, right? Since you're incredibly terrible. Okay. Do I have a favorite soup? Thick. With lots of meat in it. And potatoes and vegetables. Thick, meat, potatoes, and vegetables. There you go. Those things hit like a frickin' truck. Favorite land animal? Already answered that. Cows. Venetia asks, would you consider Legend of Dragoon the Hercules of the 90s JRPGs, whereas the Lion King is FF6? What, Diane Keto? I don't see a problem here. God, we haven't killed one of these things yet, I just noticed. Jesus Christ. I still haven't killed one of these things. I'm still fighting to kill one of these things. This isn't even boss music. It's like a mini-boss or something. Anyways, I don't know, Venetia. Like, when I think Hercules, I think of several things that I don't think of when it comes to Legend of Dragoon.
Finish!
And we're dead. Hang on, I got this healing leaf for you. Okay. We have one Phoenix. Oh, she is turbo dead there. Oh, wow, she lived through that. The prime directive of the Klingon Empire is conquer everything you see. Something along those lines. Okay. Jesus Christ. Hang on. Honors, and something. No, I know Chester Copperpot. It actually does 3 things that I'm aware of. I sure hope I'm supposed to win. Good news is we just halved the amount of damage we're taking. Yeah, I'll never forget this one episode of TNG, I think it's season 4, where they're going to regulate a dispute on a planet that's trying to rebel against their Klingon conquerors. And the Federation is just like, yep, we're here to help our allies oppress these people. And it's a background element. It's literally a side background to the actual plot of the episode. Let's just go ahead and death up for a second. Increase our bar. Oh, please don't remind me of that, Dr. Winter. It also has literal invuln sections. Just straight up invuln. It'd be nice if I learned this spell. Okay, so what are you doing? You're doing that. You're doing the same thing. And you are using items like the item person that you are. I mean, I already didn't absorb the previous one, so that's whatever. I'm also not exactly holding back on killing these, because they're beating my ass. That's funny, okay. Appropriate, but funny. Supposedly it increases the chance to absorb Dianketo. I say supposedly because I'm going off of like third-party info at this point. The irony is the one person I really want a lightning attack on is the dude who can't absorb these right now. So it's kind of whatever at this point. We blow like a lot of healing items on this fight. Jeez Louise. Think about how much gold I'm burning on this fight in healing items.
Finish!
Remember, each fight gives me like 50 to 80 gold, so not a lot. There's nothing more evil than affecting the bottom line. Long live the banks! Hey, we can cure rot now. Variant, I've always been an alien. I came to this planet to teach you people about proper economics, and you ruined it! I'm very unhappy with y'all.
Now where's my beetle stuff? Ah!
Well, what FF7R1 does is not a bad idea, Venetia Silver. Sorry, I should read that question out loud. Venetia says, FF8, 10, and 7 share the problem, where the only distinctions of the character is whether they're ranged or melee and their limit breaks. How would it make you feel... How would you make it feel like Cloud is different than Cid in a purely gameplay perspective? So again, I would do what FF7R1 is doing. There we go. And I would try to focus on making it so they literally play differently. We were talking about this during Mortal Kombat 11, for example. At a glance, you might see that Scorpion and Sub-Zero play the same, but you'd be extremely wrong. The specifics of their frame timing is different, the specifics of their reach or their closers or what they can use to rearrange on the battlefield, all this stuff. The minute details matter. And so it feels different playing one versus the other, right? Stuff like that. Now, if you're trying to talk about it in a situation like this, where I don't have an action RPG thing, that's a bit trickier, and I'll come back to that. Stop, enough already. Gally, you're completely hopeless. You're holding everyone down. As a fellow Biran monk, I am ashamed. You were so bad I was ashamed to even watch. Well, I've had enough. I'm going home. You didn't... Let's play together another time, Songy. Or Gally. Gala. If a wussy like you can manage to stay alive, that is. Ha 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 ha. What an insolent man. Not the word I'd use. I hate him! But Songy Seru, that definitely was a... Never mind, we don't have time to talk. We have to revive the Genesis tree. Hurry! Don't worry, I'm pretty sure we're only like... maybe a tenth of the way through this game. Oh god, she got absorbed by the tree! Which is a really horrific thought if you think about it. It seems our tree is a hero. It's gonna take pollution down to 0. This is actually Earth. They said that earlier. This is the planet Earth. And there is the mist generator. Look, the Genesis tree's power is making the Rosero egg hatch. It's a Rosero. It looks like a bug for some reason. Rosero, why are you here in front of me? So there's this thing called pattern recognition, buddy. I don't know if you ever heard of that. Rosero, is it me you have chosen? Very well. I submit myself to you! To defeat Songhi, the villain who attacked Byron Monastery. I submit myself to you. Take me! Take me, Kratos. Take me! Gala, I am pleased to meet you. I am Ozma! Really? I am a Rosero. I sense you do not wish to open your mind to me. Please do not fear me. We Roseros exist only to lend you our strength, not control you. Your mind will remain your own. I will not tamper with it. Besides, I have chosen you. Just as you submit yourself to me, I entrust you with my very destiny. Never forget that, Gala. I'm counting on you, and the future that you will create for us. You have to put the exclamation mark before the queue of enters. There you go. Meta is now level 3. Terra is level 2. Gala is level garbage. As always. Hope the Genesis tree's power has reached Byron. Good night, Walker. Have a good one. Sorry, I'm dry for some reason today. Although many died during Song Yi's attacks, thanks to the visitors, Byron has been freed from the mist. I thank you again. But you, Master Teacher. Yes, sir. You defied the teachings of Byron and wore a Seru. As ruler of the Byron Order, I cannot forgive you. I hereby excommunicate you. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. We take Gala, go to the other town, make him like an anti-pope, alright? And we'll excommunicate him instead of being excommunicated by him. I understand. I was prepared for that. So, but what does excommunication mean? Ironically, either everything or nothing, depending on who you ask. No, it means I'm no longer welcome at Byron Monastery. Ugh.
What?
That's not right. Gala didn't do anything bad. How can you kick him out after he fought so hard for us? Zopu, that's wrong. Well, stop. Zopu's only doing what he must. Monks like me take a vow to obey all the rules, for he's the voice of God! I broke those rules, and I cannot be a monk of Byron anymore. That's okay. Vaughn and I will be your friends. I like Noah. We're not a character, and Gala's whatever, but Noah's pretty legit so far. Vaughn and I won't ever turn our backs on you. Vaughn! And Noah and Master Teacher, you're all safe. Yep, you're free to abandon your daughter. Who's also my love interest. So, you're a terrible stepmother. I just want you to know that. Oh my god, she's the evil stepmother. It makes so much sense! I also heard the Genesis tree caused the thick mist in the northern... I mean, yes. You're truly a native of Romelm. I'm proud of you. You're so brave. I'll be in the kitchen. Come thank me later. Piss off. They've completely ignored me, too. It was 10 years ago when that castle was built and the mist flowed in this region. Unless we destroy that castle, the mist will never go away and more tragedies will occur. I'm sure of it. Oh, sorry. Mother-in-law. Sorry. I always screw up step with in-law. I don't know why. So, go save the world. And take care of Songi. Even if it means wearing a Seru. You are two of my dearest pupils, like my own flesh and blood. I'm counting on you to level up and not be so garbage. Overcome with emotion. Yes, sir. I mean, they had the permit, Diane Keto. I checked the paperwork myself. Alright, so you're slightly less garbage. But now I can't learn any of the magic, like theater, or anything worthwhile on you. God damn it. Oh, wrong way. If I'd have known, I would have renamed him Trubbish. Anyways, so Ventures asks a good question. Any games from the PSX era that I think have aged gracefully and hold up today graphically? I would say several Sprite games count, but I honestly feel like that's actually cheating and kind of skipping the question. So, rather than name any Sprite game, I'm going to stick purely to 3D games. Within the realm of 3D games, I would say Final Fantasy IX. And actually, I got one more. Star Fox 64. I would say both of those games look good today. Not that I'm aware of, Yada. Thank goodness. I don't think I can manage that. And yeah, it's Breath of Fire 3, let's be very clear. The reason Breath of Fire 3 looks good is because of its sprites. Like, do I need to show this off again? Hang on, let's see if Ross is paying attention. Let's just do this. I mean, the reason this game looks good... Hang on. Oops. Look at that. Look at the non-sprite work of this screen. That doesn't look great. In fact, it looks pretty similar to what we were just playing. Arguably worse in some ways. What makes Breath of Fire 3 work visually is the sprites. So Breath of Fire 3 doesn't count because it leans too heavily upon said sprites. Same thing with something like Final Fantasy Tactics, or BoF 4, which does the same trick. I feel like there's another one, but I can't think of it right now. And then we got games that are essentially completely sprite-based, like the Suikoden's. So, yeah. Anyways, we're never playing that game, of course. I can't speak to Alundra. Although, do I have it there? I should have Alundra. I guess I don't have it loaded. Oh well. Hey, you wanted me to cover Tangled, Ross. And this is the price of your defiance. Oh yeah, no, PSX sprite work can be pretty legit, honestly. I legitimately think most of the PSX and 64 games that have aged the best graphically are the ones that leaned into the sprite aesthetic, ironically. I know this because almost every developer who did that drifted over into the GBA and the DS in order to continue making sprite work. While everyone else started working on the GameCube and the PS2 and the upcoming Xbox. What's a fan, Diane Kiddo? Actually, that is funny to think about, because they flat out mention that the fans in the monastery are what keep it safe, and the winds from the ocean are what kept our hometown safe. So it is literally wind that's been keeping us safe for the last decade. Hang on. Yep, he's still at 3. You're still garbage. It's okay, we've spritzed some Febreze. Oh, the walls too, don't mistake me, but my point is that they made reference several times that it was the breeze from the ocean that kept it away, and if the breeze didn't show up, well then there was problems. Seiken Densetsu 3, excuse me, Trials of Mana really does have excellent sprite work, I would agree. It's in the top tier range. I don't know if it's the top tier. You know, Mega Man has some really good sprite work too. Anyways, so I have a question. That question is everything that is not 3D sprites when it comes to video games? I guess? So the reason I hesitate on answering that is I'm not sure there is anything other than sprites and 3D measures. So, if you see a 3D thing in a video game, what you're looking at is one of two things. You're either looking at a raw polygon, that's early PlayStation and N64, or you're looking at a skeleton, which has a mesh on top of it, which has textures on top of that. And there's other layers that can go past that, like bump mapping and all that stuff. But the point is, you've got, like, skeleton and then skeleton mesh textures. But all of that making up a 3D element is very different from a 2D sprite, even a morphic 2D sprite. What I mean by morphic, and I don't know the proper term, please forgive me, is Celeste. If you've ever seen any speedruns or memes, or you've played yourself Celeste, the game morphs its sprites as you're playing it. So that's cool. But what's even cooler is I'm going to go over here and hopefully buy some goddamn gear for this asshole in my party. Now, vector graphics is interesting because vector graphics was a very early way to try and do 3D graphics, which is actually brilliant in its own right. But to my knowledge, vector graphics are just a crude way of accomplishing a mesh. So the outcome is effectively the same thing, even if it's not literally the same thing. I'm gonna toss that now. I need that money. Need that money. That's a good question, Crazy Nurse. Well, you ready for this, Trihexia? Watch this. You see this item right here? This is the last bit of the starter equipment from the very first town in the game. Check it out. We finally have the full suit on Vaughn. Good night, Arcona. Have a good one. We are level 10, 9, and 8, respectively. God, we're low. I know 30-ish is where we're going to be when we want to beat the game. Ideally. 33, I want to say. God, those are expensive. Yeah, it took me 8 hours to get the starter equipment in this game. By the way, we're 8 hours into this game. We'd be halfway through Chrono Trigger right now. Yeah, sure, French philosopher. Could I get an entire case of a rack of racks of ribs? That'd be awesome. Perfect. Thanks, French philosopher. Appreciate you. And thank you for the sub. If you want to put that towards something, do let me know, please. That laugh just throws me every time he says it. I know, he's 14, but what? Alright, Chester Copperpot, where would you like that sub to go towards? Let's grab a save up here. Grab a save state for safety. Go. Boss fight! No, it's just... It's Gomboos? Not sure what to make of that, honestly. So, the way my system works, Chester Copperpot, could someone link the list for Chester really quick, please? What I stream is dependent on you all. Anything that's done to support the show, to help me pay the bills and keep the lights on, is something that I then say you can donate towards increasing interest in a specific run, right? So if you really want to watch me run Mega Man 5, for example, you could say, I put this subscription, or I put these bits, or I put this donation towards Mega Man 5, and then I jot that down over there. So what happened is Fringe donated, and he said, hey, you get to pick. It's partially a way to gauge people's interest, you know, to stream things that people are interested in. But it's also a way to just kind of say thank you for, you know, helping me to have dinner tonight. And have a place to stay and sleep. And have air conditioning. Delicious, delicious air conditioning. Which I don't know about wherever y'all are, but that AC is saving my life right now, I'll tell you what. Oh god. Did I ever play the Soul Calibur 3 RTS? So I've never played a Soul Calibur game ever. I didn't know they had an RTS. Van Gala, look at the mist. Yep, it really is a mist generator. The smokestack. Thick mist is pouring out from that smokestack. That's where mist that engulfed the Drake Kingdom comes from. Fire Emblem 3 Houses. You got it. Good pick. I like it. Let me jot that down. Done. FE3H. Yeah, tell me about it, DirectD. Now listen, Noah. This castle has caverns deep underground. Deep inside them is a mist generator. That's where the mist is coming from. I'll destroy the mist generator. I want to get rid of all the mist. You're a good girl. That's right, Noah. We have to destroy the mist generator. Yes, I did, Ross. You may or may not have noticed that, but if you notice the list right now, it just says Fire Emblem 3 Houses. It's also a little bit longer as a consequence. Because, you know. Anyways. I believe it already included the DLC, so it would have been baked in automatically. Hey, it's the Temple of the Ancients. Sorry. Yeah, that runs... I mean, what do you want from me, you know? You put a 3-week run onto my plate. It's going to take a while to get funded. No, Fire Emblem 3 Houses was not done under the current system, so it is an invalid run. It's before the Oblivion line. What do we got? A theater. Should hypothetically have 100. Jesus Christ, you hit so pathetically. Like 80 health left at this point, something like that. Yeah, she's kind of my deeps right now. If it's not obvious. Oh my god, you're so sad. You make me so sad. Why are you so pathetic? Okay, okay. Do you not have any threes? Hang on a second. Yeah, let's get some threes in here, shall we? Depends on if I can procure a legal copy of it, Harriet. I own Legend of Legaia. I own Breath of Fire 3. And I can prove that. So these do fall under the backup legal defense, if you will. You're fine, Imperial Star Destroyer. It's cool. It's cool. I'll Lagunger my way through. You can quote me on that. Alright, let's see. And then we've got... Well, you know what? Hang on. All I know about Golden Boy is that everybody in the speedrunning community loves him, and the voice actor, who actually is a part of the speedrunning community. Actually, I did, Cordoon. It became most obvious when I saw hers in comparison to his. like when he first leveled up and then she was one step behind. And now he's relatively small too. We're getting this theater. This is happening. It's not. I bet you money. Place your bets right now. Do you think we're actually going to successfully capture this theater? Yes or no? Nope. All that for nothing. Gala, you suck. Lol, Harian. Thunder punch. Sorry. All that nonsense. Yes, okay. Well, it depends. The encounter rate has been okay. So I feel like it varies from area to area, which would make sense. Most JRPGs do that. But in some areas it's fine, and in some areas it's kind of aggravating. But so far I'd say it's okay. It's certainly not as bad as FF6, for example. Now ask me that again in about 30 hours, and we'll see what I think of it. There are encounters outside the mist. It's just different enemy types. Different encounters. Really, these battles are taking slightly longer than they should because I'm trying to learn some spells, so forgive me. Beating it up. Nope, he didn't get that either. Oh, come on! That was a lot of effort for nothing. Notice we're still only getting 70 gold per battle, by the way. It's not gone up a lot. For a bit of perspective, that means an average of 2 fights per 1 healing item. And 1 healing item only heals 1 party member. And only about a third of their health. So we're pretty far behind the gold line, so to speak. Really? Yay, I learned the fire spell I don't want. God damn it. Oh my god, it's still gonna be nothing. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? We're not even gonna get it. What do you want to bet? I'm just gonna speed this up a bit. Hey, we didn't get it. Cool. Whatever. I'm tempted to just stop trying to get spells. Like, I've been doing it because I feel like I should, for power progression purposes. But I just keep not getting spells, and it just keeps being annoying, and dragging this down to a slog. So, we're gonna start holding down B. The problem with save stating it is A, I'd have to throw up the cheat flag, which I'd rather not do. And B, I don't know when they do the calculation for whether or not you calculate it. It could be when you kill them, and it could be when the battle starts. It also could be determinative, so that's also possible. Like, there's a lot of different ways games do RNG. And without knowing, save stating doesn't necessarily help. So I'm just kind of like, well, that sucks. What does not suck is the Mentor King. Thank you very, very, very much. Hang on. The comment got eaten a little bit. Let me pull this out here so I can read it. There we go. Aw. Well, it is always nice to see that people still like my garbage over on YouTube. I appreciate it very much, Lee. Thank you again. I will put that towards Mother 3. You got it. Absolutely. Give me one moment. Yeah, I think we're just going to idle mode it. And if we get a spell, great. And if we don't, whatever. We're cool. Mother 3. Done. And yeah, we need to start getting our space jellyfish. I thought that was tonight. Oh, god dang it, I missed a chest. You know what this encounter rate reminds me of? FF9. On the original PS1. You know, it's funny. I keep getting Steam Summer Sale emails saying, hey, this is on sale. Like, it's so far behind, it keeps forgetting. Like, what it is. I already manually checked my wish list, so that's whatever. Hey, this is on sale. And this is also on sale. Oh no, this is also on sale. That started days ago at this point. Fury boost. Extend action gauge for one ally for one battle. I've been holding on to some of those battle items because, you know, I'm still waiting for that Gallus solo fight. It's probably going to happen at some point. By the way, torpedo boats still work last I checked, yada. They might not be optimal because what's optimal changes roughly every couple of months. That's not a joke or an exaggeration. But they still work. Last I checked, the current most optimal thing is the mage build, of which there's actually like 17, but the point is, the mage build in general works pretty well. Yeah, I actually have the Firewall Cloaked Burrell. So I could do the stealth torpedo boat if I wanted to. I suppose it would either be really good Indian food or really good barbecue, Evo. Or really good Mexican. I'd say if those are the three categories of food, that would be my second favorite food after sushi. I'm pretty much always in the mood for all of those. Now, the catch is, really good barbecue is expensive and also very easy to screw up. So, that's kind of a rarity. Really good Indian, same general problem. Expensive and easy to screw up. So, I suppose, pound for pound, I'd probably go with Mexican. It's okay, I know that anything I like you don't, and vice versa. Like, could you imagine... Actually, I'm actually curious to some, Evo. Real question. So let's say someone is handing you the reins to Star Wars. And one of the first things that you're... Really? Sorry. That costs 30... Why is she getting... I mean, I know the answer to that. One of the first things that you're being asked in the writer's room is, do you decide to... I'm trying to think how to phrase this question, actually. Okay, let me just get to the heart of the matter. You're rewriting Star Wars. You're codifying the lore, making everything cohese, all that fun stuff, right? Do you accept what one of your writers says and design the Force so that it can be, so that you can do all the things that implies, or you just do what the other writer says and not redesign the Force and just leave it this vague, unknowable, whenever the plot needs it to be kind of a thing? Cover a bit on those two. No, that's exactly the point I'm making, Evo. Of course you wouldn't define it, and I can't even begin to fathom why. I so can't understand that I literally can't put it into words. Like, if you asked me to explain why I would define it, I would stall because I can't explain why I need to breathe to keep living. It is so obvious and so apparent that I actually cannot understand the opposite. You were telling me the metaphoric equivalent of, all right, Lore, I choose to hold my breath and not breathe. And I'm thinking, but you need to breathe! What are you doing? Before you be snarky and say she's just committing suicide, I could come up with a better analogy if I had to. She's like, I'm gonna smell what this coffee smells like by not breathing in. There, is that better? And it's like, but you can't! You cannot! It is physically impossible for you to breathe that coffee without breathing. But anyways, all I'm saying is that we're total opposites. That's all I'm trying to get across. Oh! Ozma has a lightning spell. Holy crap. Wow. I'm in shock. Oh no, it's fine, Evo. It is totally cool, obviously. I'm not trying to get across anything else-wise. I do stand by my earlier statement. What you're saying is so nonsensical to me, I cannot process it. But it is cool. Everything's cool. That looks like the way forwards. I bring this up because you were not the first, or even the second, or even the third person to tell me that the Force shouldn't be designed in the Trek, or in the Star Wars rewrite. And I just look at that like, but then there's no rewrite. There's nothing to write if you don't define the Force. You can't write Star Wars without defining the Force. Physically, it's impossible. And you're probably thinking, but all the other writers do it. Wrong. Every writer so far has defined the Force, they just haven't... They've done it for their own particular interpretation. That's why the Force is so inconsistent, is because every single writer has been giving their take on it. And let's try out this lightning spell. Start leveling this, shall we? Come on, do decent damage. Wow, okay, yeah, no, that was some decent damage. Alright, Gala, you're officially the mage. Congratulations. Well, no, but my point is, Evo, if you were to write an individual story in Star Wars, then you would define what the Force is. You by the very act of how it acts, you are defining the Force. Just because you are not adhering to an overall concept of how the Force works does not mean that you are not defining the Force. But I'm getting off topic on that one. The point is, I can't do that. I can't just say that it's plot. and accept that the Force is plot. That's not something I'm capable of doing. So I would have to sit down and actually come up with how the Force works before I do anything else. In fact, it is quite literally the first thing I plan to decide when it comes to the Star Wars rewrite. It is literally item number 1. I know, right, Blade Travell? Although, in fairness, the little guy, the main hero being the healer, is fairly Dragon Questy, but usually the young girl in Dragon Quest games is the mage, and the big guy is the melee, so... What do we got here? So, anyways, whatever, it doesn't matter. I cannot be convinced to not rewrite the Force. It's not physically possible to convince me of that, unless you convince me to abandon the project overall. Which, that is something. You know, that's a possibility. We could just abandon the Star Wars rewrite and walk away from it. How would I rewrite the Force? So I've had some competing ideas on that over the years. But I'm sorry, Evo, I don't mean to sound accusatory to. Some people have flat out told me I need to not do that I cannot rewrite the Force, and that any attempt to define the Force and write the Force would mean that the Star Wars rewrite is either A, not Star Wars, or B, not worth looking at to begin with. And therefore, I have had people trying to convince me to abandon the project because step 0 is define the Force. Okay, I already went over here. Just double checking. Anyways, so how would I define the Force? My current idea is something like this. Why don't I just pull up my own write-up, shall we? Let's do this, because there's a couple of intervening things. I'm not sure what I would do with Bloodlines yet. That's a debate that needs to still happen. And if you're thinking, what do Bloodlines have to do with the Force? The answer is, unfortunately, everything. In actual current Star Wars canon, the Force is genetic. Which means correct, Ross. Which means that if you're going to have Bloodlines involved, then by definition you have it as part of a genetic trait, which opens up a whole lot of things with regards to how the Force works. If you can breed out Force sensitivity, or breed it in, or wipe out a genetic line, or go after a family in order to, you know, cut off a particular family line from Force sensitivity, right? Okay, so I'm just going to read my own notes here, because, again, Reloaded and I actually already talked about this just last Saturday. Oh, hang on, let me get to the next battle, then. It's not... I'm not going to lie to you, Imperial Star. It's absolutely dragging on me. Combat takes too long, and the dungeons are too long. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. Let me heal up a little bit here. I'm not a good liar. I shouldn't even try to lie. I apologize. Okay, so here's the idea. There's the Force. Woo! And the Force is what it is, and everybody who uses the Force is a prism. And the specific, let's call it the color of the Force. Do you mind if I turn this down a little bit while I'm talking? It's a little distracting. The color of the Force that you pull from it is dependent on you, right? So if you have a particular mindset that your prism refracts the Force through you, and thus you cast the light side, you cast the dark side, you cast the pink side, you cast the mauve side. And I say color because there's brillions of different shades and tones and types of colors, and that's exactly the point. There's a huge gradient, a huge spectrum of different ways to draw on the Force and what that means. Okay, so that's point number 1. Now, point number 2, this is important. Any pulling of the Force is inherently dangerous, okay? So you can become stronger in the Force in strength. Exactly, Harian. You can become strong in the Force personally, like I'm saying that wrong, in terms of strength, in terms of raw output, and you can become stronger in the Force in terms of precision. So, for example, maybe you get really, really strong in terms of raw strength. So you could lift a whole, like a house, but as you're lifting this house, bits and pieces of it are falling apart, and the windows are cracking and shattering, and the pipes are cracking and all that stuff, because you can't do those specifics. You can't do those little minute manipulations, right? By contrast, another way you could get strong in the Force is to go ahead and get really, really good at those minute things. So, for example, maybe you could get strong in the Force to be able to repair an iPhone. Yeah, have you ever opened up an iPhone, those extraordinarily tiny screws and all that, right? So you gain a great deal of precision in how to use the Force. I'm using telekinesis as an example, but I think you get the idea, right? So, strength, precision. Now, the thing is, the overwhelming majority of people will lend towards one of those or the other, but they'll only ever get to a relatively low power level because of the aforementioned danger. The more you draw on the Force, any spectrum, there's no winning spectrum, the more you draw on the Force, the more that you risk it influencing your thoughts. Ooh, a short sword. Because the prism, the specific color that you're pulling, will start a feedback loop in your brain. You know, if you're pulling on the prism that leans itself towards aggressiveness, or action, or movement, or whatever, verbing, if you will, then you are going to be more inclined to do that. And if you fall more into that, you're going to be even more inclined and more inclined. And like I said, it's a feedback loop, right? So the more you pull on the Force, the more dangerous it is, and the more likely it will affect you, rather than you affecting it. Where does that go? Is it... No, don't... Okay, it is a Vaughn weapon. Okay, so we'll go ahead and put it on Vaughn. Cool. Hi, Metroid Hatchling. Why do you like this game so much? Do you mind answering me that? I'd love your answer, too, in Imperial Star Destroyer, by the way. So, that's the danger of it. There are extraordinarily rare people who are capable of both being strong and precise. And of that extraordinarily rare group of people, there's an even more extraordinarily rare group of people. You know, we're at the percents of percents of percents at this point, who can actually become that powerful and that precise without falling to it. Make sense? So the overwhelming majority of people who go that far, they give in to the Force, whatever direction it happens to be pulling in. Now, you're probably thinking, all right, what the hell does that have to do with the light side and the dark side? So the idea here... I'm gonna actually pause the game for a second, because I want to really talk this out and make sure I don't screw this up. The idea here is that once upon a time, there was a group, an order, a monastic order, which all studied and venerated one specific prism of the Force, which they dubbed the light side of the Force. Now, they partially did that because they believed it was good and right and just the true entity of the Force, the true will of the Force, religious overtones, etc., etc. But the idea here is that the light side of the Force, they reached out to other Force users, recruited people, got official support from the Republic, and became big. Now here's the catch. Your prism can change, right? So if they would go out and recruit someone who's Aqua, and they'd pull them in and teach them how to use the light side of the Force. And so over time, that person would start pulling from the prism, specifically from the light side of the Force, and just the light side of the Force. Does that make sense? Now, the idea here is that because they became so big in terms of culture, in terms of political influence, and in terms of just the overall raw power output and cultural output that they had, that... Look, Pink Vader is awesome, I'm just saying. That the light side of the Force and the dark side of the Force kind of became what most people think of the Force. Now, that's not true. But you can see why most people think that. Now, you're probably thinking, hold on, where's the dark side of the Force come from this? Pendulum effect. So the idea here is that the light side of the Force is all about a specific form of Zen pacifism. Okay? This is actually from Star Wars EU. In fact, this is actually from some of the original trilogy, if you're paying attention. The core idea of the light side is to be so in touch with nature and just the flow of things and the concept of destiny that you don't really do anything. So it boils down to a form of stasis and just kind of letting things be, right? A lot of Jedi, a lot of people who were being trained in the Order, really didn't like that idea. And so they naturally drifted to the exact opposite of it, pushing as far away from that pendulum effect as they possibly could. They invented the dark side as a consequence. So now they're pulling through the prism of action, aggression, violence, movement. You know, it's taking action as opposed to not taking action, making something happen or forcing your will onto something rather than letting something be. That's the dark side. Now, the idea here, obviously, is that both of these can be bad, but also both of these can be good. This is another reason why people think my ideas are terrible and stupid. But because of the fact that the light side is so common and prolific in galactic culture, and because the dark side is a natural offset of that, most people just think there's the light and the dark side, and they don't realize there's the whole spectrum. And so finding out about other Force users and their own particular spectrum is kind of part of the point of that. And you could, for example, hypothetically, find Evo over on Timbuktu over here planet, never even, no access to the HoloNet, no access to galactic community, and she just uses the Force through her particular prism. Because she has nothing influencing or forcing her, no pun intended, down a different path or mentality or training. Oh, I wouldn't relabel it Venters because it makes super sense for them to call it the light side. And because they call it the light side, those who pushed away from it would naturally call their version the dark side. And because of that, the lightsiders would actually look at the dark side and say, that's evil, because it's not us. And the darksiders would look at the lightsiders and say, that's evil, because that's not us. And there you go. Sith and Jedi. Now, I was expecting an event because there was a save right there. I'm going to laugh if it's actually just like halfway through the dungeon. But how would you do it, Evo? Oh, you wouldn't define it. Right. I mean, you have to. You have to define something. We talked about that. Okay, I'm with it, Metroid Hatchling. As it happens, I agree with you on most of that. Oh, and here's Imperial Star Destroyer's thing. Oh, wow, that's actually pretty cool of him. Huthor, thank God you missed that whole discussion I just gave. Oh. Oof. Man, the last thing I need is another person telling me I'm dumb and stupid today. Hi, Huthor. Go to bed, dude. Yeah, I actually agree with all those points, Metroid Hatchling. I do think that so, let me elucidate my problems with the game so far. It has a very serious seconds and minutes problem. Combat takes too long. Exploring takes too long. Dungeons take too long. The dungeons themselves are also not good. That's a separate problem. But the seconds and minute problem is what's really starting to drag on me, and I think that's why this is such a long game. Yeah, we're on day 1, and we're on the 4th dungeon of this game. Think about that for a second. 5th, if you want to stretch the definition. Now, granted, I've been fighting basically everything we fought. So, the Force, Huthor. I can't believe you actually missed that. Your timing is hysterical. I literally just finished talking about it. Yeah, imagine if you couldn't sprint. Oh my god, that would be awful. Oh, Vera too. So, I'm sorry, what... Diabolos Ex Machina. Excuse me, Diablos Ex Machina. Help me out here. Yeah, imagine if dungeon move speed was the same as the overworld. Oh, man. Oh man, really, Metroid Hatchling? Jesus. Yeah, the game's not even particularly grindy. I do think the I do think there's a little bit of early game hell. I'm probably gonna ding the game for that. And I don't like the dungeon design. I already said that. And I don't like the seconds and minutes problem. The encounter rate's fine. The encounter design themselves is okay. I'm probably not going to give it enemy variety positive, but I don't think it's a negative. I like the way the various systems interlock with each other. So let me give you the simple version, Huthor. I know your answer, but I am curious, because there's actually 2 questions associated there too, okay? So, you may or may not know, Huthor, that after we finish the Trek rewrite, we already have plans to do a Star Wars rewrite. Mostly because we want to, but also because there's a huge amount of demand for that, right? So... Let me start with a random question, Huthor. You are doing a Star Wars rewrite. What's the first thing you think of? Like, what's the first thing you pin down? Like, you've got a blank sheet of paper. Where do you start? I don't want to burn that. Let's go ahead and use some magic. Does he have a heal yet? No. Hey, he got theater, though. That's cool. Anakin's Fall. Okay. Nope, that's actually my 4th thing, so I'm with you on that. The 3rd thing is actually locked in pretty easily, so I don't have to think about that, thank God. So, let me give you what my first thing is, Huthor. The Force. In order to properly write anything within Star Wars, the Force must be understood and defined. Right? Well, there's the argument. So, last Saturday, Reloaded and I had a whole discussion about this, and we both agreed, absolutely, that the very first thing that had to be defined was the Force. So, we came up with some ideas, we tossed around some thoughts. We're obviously nowhere near anything conclusive, but just because I was wondering, I decided to poll some people in Discord and say, hey, what do you think of these ideas? What I got was not a response to the ideas themselves, but instead, a lot of people telling me that the very idea of defining the Force was wrong. This threw a 30 go to 10 into my brain, and led to some debates and arguments, and some people telling me that I shouldn't even do a rewrite of Star Wars if I'm going to define the Force, because that defeats the whole point of it, and I should cancel the project, and you get the idea. So, that's the first question. Obviously, you wouldn't define the Force, because of course you wouldn't. I don't need to answer that one. I know you well enough to know that. It's the other part of that that's really been throwing me a little bit. The idea that it's so fundamentally wrong to define the Force that I shouldn't do the project at all has been something that's been just bothering me since last Sunday, actually. And I'm still trying to wrap my head around that. Have you ever played Left 4 Dead, Evo? Now, Mr. Red says, how far down the list is XR Kun? Literally, hundreds and hundreds of things down. Sort of. It's actually the second thing on the list. So the first thing on the list is the Force. The second thing on the list is Timeline. And the third thing on the list is Anakin. Well, actually, no. The fourth thing on the list is Anakin. The third thing on the list is hyperspace. Don't know Left 4 Dead then. Okay. I don't have another analogy. So I will let that one go. What's funny is the idea of making the Force an antagonist is still something we're bouncing around as an idea. I mean, if you're paying attention, the idea of falling to the Force would kind of make it antagonistic. It's just we remove the malevolence from the factor. There's no entity trying to screw you over. Hey, Vera's up to level 6 now. Nice. Oh my god, this dungeon's huge. Oh my god, we're not gonna beat this dungeon tonight. It's interesting you put it that way, Mr. Red. If I can defend myself for just a moment against what I'm sure is going to be a scathing diatribe from Huthor. To me, not defining the Force is like trying to GM for a D&D campaign without knowing the rules of D&D. Now, I don't mean that as a pejorative. What I mean is... That's the wrong word. I don't mean that as an insult. What I mean by that is, as a GM, ignoring the obvious fact that I agree with the fact that it's your job to know the rules, let's ignore that for a moment. When you know how and why something works, what you do is you know how to respond to anything. Once you have defined a thing, how it works, why it works, the specific details of how it works, you can know, oh, well, my player, or my writer, or whatever, has done X, Y, and Z. And now you know exactly what the reaction to that's going to be. You don't have to make something up on the fly, like Lucas would be. Instead, no, I haven't, Huthor. Instead, what you can do is you can say, okay, this is how things work. So, because I know how the rules work, I know exactly what the reaction is to you doing something I didn't anticipate. In short, rather than coming up with a 70-mile list of if-then statements, what you just do is you define what water is. Now you know what water is, and so you know what happens to water if you throw that on the fire. You know what happens to water if you drink it. You know what happens to water if you pour it over your head. You know what happens to water if you throw it against the wall. You don't have to define all those specifics because you've defined water, right? With the underpinning properly constructed, you know how to respond to every situation. Hey! Everyone has a heal now. Sweet. That's actually really good. In fact, the mage has a heal now, so that's even better. Yeah, I'm happy about that. Because the alternative is, and I'm going to say this as bluntly as I can, doing what George Lucas did and made it up on the fly, so nothing makes sense and nothing coheses with itself. Just throwing the rules out the window and just saying, well, because plot. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying that not defining something is bad writing. I'm saying George Lucas is a bad writer, something he himself would admit to. So. Yeah, I've noticed that, Mike Romano. Several of the less kind comments I got about my comments about rewriting the Force, or defining the Force, excuse me, specifically mentioned they want the Force to stay a mystery. I know, right, Crazy Norse? But if the Force is a mystery, well, then frankly, it shouldn't even be in the work. Like, I'm sorry, I don't mean literally. What I mean by that is, if you're going to make something that's a mystery, if you're going to make something that's some vague, mysterious object, it needs to not be the Force at that point. It needs to not be such a fundamental aspect of your setting that it permeates literally everything. If you want something mystical and ill-defined, it needs to be like this image in the background, right? Like this distant... What was that? Oh, well. And they never figured out. They never find out what that random ship was that they saw as they were out going through the asteroid belt. They never find out what those whispers were they were hearing as they were descending through the depths of Coruscant. They never understand why it was that they tried to reach out and use the Force, which is defined and not a mystery, and it didn't work in this one area. Or maybe it worked wrong. That's a mystery. The Force is like not defining gravity for something like Star Wars. And I think that's at least part of my thing. Because obviously, in reaction to Evo, I'm not against mysteries. But if you make gravity a mystery, I feel like you've made a mistake. My opinion. If they stuck to the Force as in the original trilogy, would that have fitted? Okay, so the Force was redefined in the original trilogy. So, debatable. So. Actually, yeah, the Reapers aren't a bad example before Mass Effect 3, obviously. Might work. Hey, you're not allowed to heal. Quit that. Quit it. Yeah, you see why it's the first thing I chose to do, Oculus. It was so obvious to me that it wasn't even a question. I had to think about several other things, but the Force was just, oh yeah, I'd have to. Now, what Jackson Peelson's saying is, I love that name. Probably screwing up pronunciation, I apologize. But what Jackson's saying in chat is something I actually agree with. We, the writers, my opinion, need to define how our setting works. We need to understand how things work. We need to know the solution and answers to the mysteries. We don't need to put that on camera. We don't need to put that on the page, right? We can imply... I don't know why I spat that so much, excuse me. I'm really dry today. I don't know what's up with me. I think I just haven't been drinking enough. But we can imply, we can intimate, we can leave it up to the viewer's perspective. But we should have an answer. This is something Reloader and I are actually lockstep on. Give me a second. Over in the Trek rewrite, there's several things that we've flat out said, this is working this way, but we need to present this in a way so the audience can pull their own interpretation of what's happening. And that's a concept I believe very firmly in. So, same thing with the Force, right? We need to know how the Force works. If you've been paying attention, I know you didn't hear this part, Huthor, but if you've been paying attention, the way we defined it, the Light Jedi do not know how the Force works. In fact, they are fundamentally wrong about how the Force works. And that's part of the point. Oh no, I agree completely with that, Crazy Norse. Well, it's a good thing I don't own a gun, Evo. I do have a donut right now. Put a donut to Evo's head. Tell me how this thing works. It's raspberry jelly. It's gonna stain something fierce. I mean, we could debate that, Pillars of Snow, but I agree. Yeah, that was the point of the prequels and the fall of the Jedi Order, was that they were wrong. So I feel like I'm staying true to the spirit of Star Wars on that front. Now, if you're also paying attention, in my version, the Dark Jedi, or the Sith, or whatever anybody uses the dark side, are also wrong. Oh, you'll probably like this, Huthor. There's no golden Force either. No perfect, no problems Force. At least at the moment. Obviously, we haven't really defined anything super in depth yet. We're still figuring out bloodlines. Well, hypothetically, so remember what I talked about the Prism Star Wars? Hypothetically, the concept of someone who is gray would certainly exist. It would just not have anything to do with light or dark, ironically. It would just be another prism. You know, that's actually a great way to put that, Arspers. Oh, that was it. Right. You're asking me a trick question, Huthor. There's no such thing as a point to stories. There are points to stories, and they vary from person to person, both telling and receiving. So... Oh god, is this actually... We're gonna fight Songhi? I have, like, no mana for this, too. Here comes the army of idiots. There's like 3 of us to save the day. What courage! Perhaps idiots do not fear death. Oh, what comedy. I am very stupid, you see. But I am flexing. Flex. Vaughn, Noah, step aside. Leave Songy to me. Are you stupid? Gala, how forgetful it is. It is I who defeated you once before. Have you forgotten how much stronger than you I am? You must be suicidal to fight someone as skilled as I am in the fighting arts. Oh, how pitiful. Your extreme stupidity brings tears to my eyes. Oh, come on. I'll finish you quickly so you'll feel no pain. Yeah, Russ. Wait, what day is the 4th? Whoa, he looks different. We're here. We're at the solo battle. We all said it was going to come. Then yes, I'll be streaming on the 4th. Okay, so I've actually been holding on to these specifically for this possibility. So let's go ahead. I think it's just badly localized. My Kamano. Honestly, I'm not sure, Pillars of Snow. I suppose, logically, based on... See, I've defined the Force, so I can answer that question. I would say the Bendu are most likely just another prism. Honestly, from what little I know about them, they're probably primarily focused on a passivity side of the Fools. Okay, I'm at half health. That's cool. That's very cool. Hi, to Quack. Ow. Okay, hang on. So, 2, 3, 4. Looks like we got 4 to work with. The Mortis family? Oh, we're ejecting the snot out of the Mortis. Are you kidding me? Ugh! I say, ugh! But, let's assume for a moment we have to keep the Mortis in. Well, that's easy then. We have one of them be an extreme of the light side, and one of them be extreme of the dark side, and the other one being someone who's trying to keep them in balance and failing at it because it doesn't work that way. There you go. Bam. But because we've defined the Force, we now have an answer to that question. So let's do... Wait, nope, that's wrong. This one. Wow, that was very little damage. Okay. Well, I mean, if you remove the whole their actual aspects of the Force and technically God's thing, yes, my Kamano. So, I get your point, Uthor. I massively disagree with it, admittedly, but I do get your point. But I want to try and explain part of why I disagree with it. So, I tend to think of writing, especially world building, as a puzzle. Evo has actually heard me say this recently. Because world building, in many ways, is, alright, I have these pieces on the board. This is what I want. How do I satisfy all conditions at the same time? And that's a thing you can do. There is a way to satisfy all conditions on the board at the same time. All you have to do is sit and think and process, maybe get some other people involved. You know, I'm a really big fan of the writer's room concept, especially if you get other eyeballs, other minds on the project. So, you say that continuity is in the way of something happening. I say continuity is a problem to be solved in order to make the thing you want to happen. If that makes any kind of sense. Because I absolutely get where you're coming from on that. You want to tell a story about... I can't think of an example, of course, off the top of my head. You want to tell an example of a story about water burning people. Okay, there we go. Perfect. And I don't have enough mana for another shot of that. God, that's expensive. And obviously water doesn't work that way. How do we make this work? You'll see, DeQuack, you'll see. So, instead of just saying the water burns, I would say, let's figure out how the water burns. Let's try to define why the water is doing the burning here. Let's come up with a reasonable explanation for this and work our way backwards from it. It's a puzzle, you know? Do I have the thing still? I do. So that was... I left... Oh, well. Well, I haven't defined any of the colors, Mr. Red, and I've kind of done that on purpose. Why would I define the specific colors of the Force? Oh yeah, I've used Spirit tons, yeah. I've used it in basically every boss battle except this one. The problem is Spirit kinda sucks. Because there's no way to anticipate when it's really useful. I don't know if you've paid attention, everyone who isn't Metroid Hatchling, but every boss, and even mini-boss, okay, I'm ready, Hooler, has had at least one hard-hitting attack. They have your regular attacks, and then they have one attack that just beats you in the face. But there's no way to anticipate it. That's when you want a Spirit to be most efficient about it, because in addition to the obvious benefits of Spirit, of making your bar longer, and giving you AP back, it also reduces. So yeah, your options are either just oscillate, or use it when you really need to, which is what I've been doing. How much HP does this guy have, by the way? It's no reason, I'm just curious. There is blocking, but I have no control over it. It appears to be completely... Oh my god, we did it! That's true, Cordoon. You could use it strategically, which I have also done. I cannot believe we did that. I don't believe... Right, hang on. Let me get back up to my pose here. I don't believe it that Seru has made you much stronger than before. I am pleased. After all, a weak rival is so boring. Oh my god, is this guy gonna be a rival character? Don't make me give you a negative, I'll do it. We both used Seru, that makes us comrades, so let's call our little meeting today a draw. Really, dude? As a fellow Seru user, I should tell you something you should know. The lord of this castle, Zito, is waiting for you by the mist generator. Gala, be very, very careful if you value your life. Don't lose to someone like Zito. Yeah, sure thing, Vegeta. I apologize for taking so long. I don't like that songy. I hate him. Yeah, I kind of dislike it. Next time he comes, I'll fight him too. Yes, I suspect the day will come soon when we all have to fight him. Well, let's hurry. To the mist generator. Well, I suppose that leads to the other side of things, Huthor. If you really, really want water to burn someone, and we can't come up with a good solution for that, then axe it. That's completely my thought process on that. If we put serious, real work into something working, and it doesn't, then it's gone. That's just management. Oh, that actually sucks, Imperial Star Destroyer, but whatever. I'm just gonna jot something down. Oh, I've already given those positives. Damn. I've already given the combat 3 positives with the way the system works. Okay. Checking the corners. After that one corner. God. And I really hope there's some kind of healing pond or something before the last boss. Because we are not doing great right now. I mean, we could always add the idea of the Force being an antagonistic intelligence. That is something that, you know, arguably is canon right now in the AU. And has definitely been true in the EU several times. but I give up. I can't comprehend that, Evo, or Huthor. I don't mean to say that in any way in a negative sense. I think you know me well enough to know I don't mean that as an insult or anything. I can't comprehend that. Like, let's say you give me a story right now. It's got either a stupid explanation or no explanation for something. But let's presume also that it's a good story, right? So what that is that's a negative and a positive. It's a negative because the writer... Damn it, Huthor! Where's my batleth? It's a negative because of the aforementioned. They didn't put the work in, either because of laziness or because of mentality or because of lack of capacity. And it's a positive because the story's good, right? I actually have a freaking term for that. It's called cloud effect. That's not true. That's not cloud effect, but you get my point. I guess it's kind of cloud effect, because cloud effect at its most fundamental is, here's something stupid that somehow works. Like that, right there. Like, did I write down her for a positive? I did not. I need to give her a positive already, because holy crap, she's awesome. Plus to Noah. And that's true. Maybe they didn't come up with the reason because they didn't care. Like, it's the Joe Manosky thing all over again, right? Who cares? All I care about is we need to get to this point. You know, that's a valid thing. I may disagree with that thing, but that is a valid thing. Anyways. So there's our mist generator, a machine that generates mist hang on. The mist generator is a machine that creates mist and a product of humans' evil desires. That's not English. Can we really destroy something that big? With our faith, Ra-Seru and humans can destroy this machine together. This machine does not belong on Earth. Let's go. The mist is salvation. The mist is eternal. The mist is perfect harmony. You should have accepted the mist obediently. Instead, you resisted so foolishly. I, Zito the Zeto, will now put an end to your futile resistance. I know you. You're the one who bothered me at the mountain. That I'm not going to bother trying to pronounce. You did those horrible things to Terra the Wolf. I will make you pay! Well, time to die. How much HP does this guy have? Why is he a crab? Look at our health and mana, by the way. 5,000! Okay. 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 Look, Narset, I'm not into crab, okay? That's just me being me, you know? Well, yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, Huthor. As I mentioned, everybody who writes for Star Wars defines the Force. They just define it themselves. KOTOR 2 has its own definition of the Force, just like A New Hope just has its own definition of the Force, just like Episode 1 has its own definition of the Force, etc. All I'm trying to do is make one definition across the whole of Star Wars, rather than letting every single individual writer make up their own thing. Expect a powerful... Hey! A tell! Oh my god! Oh, Jesus. We're fighting Cagnazzo. Kainazo, if you prefer. That still hurt like hell. That still hurt like hell, and I do not have that many heals left. Okay. Wait, if you don't defend before the attack happens, you're not defending? You're joking. Oh, that's actually really bad. That fundamentally changes the calculus of turns quite a bit. Cool. Okay, okay. Hang on. Think about it, Yada. That's... I don't know. Does anybody know the specifics of how that works? Screw it, we'll just double up on that. You got right now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You've got 6. Let's do. I don't have anything for that, do I? No, I don't. You actually have 7 right now. This then. Do you even have a deal? Jeez, okay. Well, that's a 5th of his health. Oh my god, he hits hard. Okay, okay. We're gonna hold up a bit here. I think we might have a chance of making this work. We're gonna hold up a little bit. So ironically, your overall point, Huthor, is one of the reasons I'm in favor of something like the Star Wars rewrite. Someone taking someone else's idea and doing their own spin on it. So what I'm trying to say is that you and I are actually in agreement, just in the wrong level. Which I find hysterical. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Actually, let's... Did he say... Oh, shoot, I didn't catch if he said he was doing a big attack. That puts you above some other people, Uthor. But no, my point is, like, as you say, KOTOR 2 is, let's call it what it is, a bit of a rewrite of how Star Wars works. Okay, here we go. Next attack. Let's see how this works out. And so, I'm in favor of that, right? Like, even if I do the extant and someone else wants to do their take on the extant, know, within reason, with all the provisos I've already talked about. Cool, right? I'm with that. But the Force needs to be defined. Alright, so, now that we've defined magic and the Force, let's see, what else can we smash down and make sense? Let's see here. So let's just do this turn. This is the first boss I've seen with a Tell Metroid Hatchling, so that's part of why I mentioned it. So let's watch the damage they take here. Okay, so they all took half damage. Define Quantum. Done! Okay, we've defined Quantum. That's easy. This is the first big boss of the game. At some point, I'm probably going to have to pull the trigger on cheating in this game. Okay, so let's do that, yep. And then, thankfully, I'm so glad it saves my inputs. Quantum and Voyager is easy. So Q's messing with them. There you go, there's the explanation. It's a dumb explanation, but it's better than what we get. Okay. There's 2,000 damage done so far. God damn, she's dead. Yeah, let me do my small hit. Kill. Yeah, I gotta be completely honest, and I mean no offense to anybody. If this wasn't, for the stream, I would have started cheating probably back when I was having issues with the first boss of the game. Okay, so let's spend some time recovering. We have one Phoenix. Let's not blow it. Okay, yeah, I probably would have stopped playing. But the point is, if someone was holding a gun to my head, saying, "You have to play this game, Lore," I'm like, "Oh god, no!" And it's Eva. Why does she keep shooting me in the head? It's so weird. It's because the weight difference. That's how she makes up for the weight difference. She just shoots me. It all makes sense. Okay, come on. Let's recover a little bit. Or I could attack. There is only one strategy. Really wish I had more AoE heals than one. Do I not have any? I thought I had one other. Nope, I do not. Oof. See, I knew it, Evo. I knew it. It explains everything. All right, all right. We're gonna pop our last AoE heal here. It's gonna be 3,000 damage if all this goes through. Oh, that's not great. Ooh. Okay, so there's 3,000 damage. We're going to start bouncing around a little bit here. I was thinking that too, Arspruce. We're just going to spin around healing. Just a whole round healing. And we're going to hope he's going to prep for a big hit. Ironically, that would work out well for us. Nope. Did we get poisoned? Okay, we're not poisoned. We're okay, we're okay. I've been fighting this guy for like 10 minutes now. That's a weird thought. Okay. Why don't you heal thyself? And you... Honestly, just get in some bonus damage. Yeah, let's get in some bonus damage. No, Evo. In fact, it's probably not even in the 50% range. Damn it, Imperial Star Destroyer, I knew it! That's secretly your goal. What other PS1 games have you put on the list? I mean, I could check, but I don't know off the top of my head. Oof, okay, in the face, in the face. Give us some Latining. He's fallen now, so he's low, which makes sense. He should have about 1,500 health left, give or take. Ah, Mega Man Legends 2, Trombone, and FFT. If it makes you feel any better, a lot of people want me to stream FFT. And if it makes you feel any better, that game is going to score extremely poorly on the gameplay axis. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Like, that's what that is. Honestly, let's just go for bonus damage. Because I'm low on everything. I could get some mana in. I did already do a rumination on Space Marine a couple years ago. Pay attention, Mr. Ed. God! Ironically, him not doing a big hit is kind of throwing my strategy a bit, but we're making it work. We're making it work. What is health? I really wish I could see boss health. I know, I know. Even Dark Souls lets you see boss health. Oh, we killed him! That's a good question, Star Wars. As much as possible. As long as it was good. How could I lose to humans? Is it because of the Ra Saru? Those Ra Saru who don't even know the Mist's salvation. Forgive me, Prince Court. Who? Fancy. Whew, okay. Oh, Noah, Gala, are you ready to destroy the mist generator? Yeah, let's frickety do this. We must work as one. Attack! Boss fight in round 2! That might honestly be negative territory. Having to fight 3 bosses back to back. Just, yeah. Oh, hey, pre-rendered. Very murky pre-rendered. Yeah, exactly, Cordu. That would suck. 2 boss battles at the end of a long dungeon with no health resets. So, damn it, Doc Coburn. So I know you're gonna hate me for this, but I'm gonna give a negative for that. Long, boring dungeon. Like a long, boring dungeon. With 2 boss battles with no heal or recovery in between. Not great. But hear me out before you hate me and start throwing, you know, Evo at me with a gun. I'm also going to give a plus to gameplay. Weird as it sounds, that was actually a good boss fight. Good variety of attacks. Hits hard, but nothing unfair. The only thing he does that was unfair was his obvious tell attack, and it's an obvious tell, so you know it's coming, so it's not unfair. And it actually, weirdly enough, serves as a bit of a recovery period when he's doing his big attack, which is just weird. So, I'm with it. I already forgot his name. What was his name? Zeto? Zito? Something like that? Xenos. Well, then I have to give him 3 negatives, Blade Jabal. Let's update the HUD. Where are we at with all this? There. Yeah, I was gonna say, Red Songhe, he's our Xenos, my goodness. So, amazing! The Raw Seru are powerful enough to destroy that giant mist generator. Terra? Terra, are you sad? I can tell you're crying, Terra. You're so kind, Noah, but don't worry about me. But, hey, maybe stop standing out on this thing that has no support at this point. The detestable mist that surrounded Drake Kingdom is now gone. Yay. We mustn't rest yet. We still must destroy those who created these infernal machines. There are also people in other areas still suffering in the horrible mist. Resting now is the same as giving up. Hey, you hear that, Uthor? No giving up. Anakin's fall. Palpatine post-return. Evil seed of death. The Skywalkers in general. Oh, sorry, the timeline, the Skywalkers in general, and the Bloodlines in general. Yeah, Bloodlines is something I'm still debating. So, Reloaded wants the Force to be genetic, and I don't. What's funny is his biggest reason for wanting it is something that we can have, you know, there's that whole puzzle thing again, we can have without it being genetic. So, for example, let me give you a random example. Let's say that, remember how the light and the dark side are almost universally wrong about how the Force works? What if several powerful Sith grow into control of an area, or conquer a specific region, and they think the Force is genetic, so they go a-purging, and start wiping out bloodlines, and it's all for nothing, because the Force doesn't work that way. So the mist comes from some device called the Mist Generator. There must also be a mist generation in the north, which is still enveloped in the mist. Honorable Gala. Master Zopu, please, you mustn't call me Honorable Gala. I see. Well then, Gala, I want you to go after Songhe. That Seru on Songhe's arm is obviously not Raw Seru. I cannot help but suspect the influence of some evil presence. Zeto, perhaps. Fighting the mist also means tracking down Songhe. Zopu, Gala, Maya says she will return to Realm. Oh, she's going back to her daughter? Master Zopu, everyone, I want to thank you for letting me stay so long. Maya, you're really going back alone? I can go with you. Thank you, Noah, but the mist generator's been destroyed. I'll be alright. There's still monsters in the overworld, I'm just saying. Vaughn, you've been chosen by the Raw Seru, so don't be ashamed of it. Thanks. Vaughn, you're a brave man, and I'll be sure to tell May and Val how brave you are. Well, it makes me sad to watch people walk away from me, so I'll leave ahead of you. Bye. You selfish twat. Get out of my face. Go. Oh, Maya's gone now. Vaughn, to the north of the Drake Kingdom, people are suffering because of the mist. I feel like we've already said this. I have a bad feeling about this. Huh? What? Alright, I'll go. That's the spirit. You're the leader. We're all counting on you. Vaughn, you're the greatest. Look, I'm taken by my childhood sweetheart, okay? The North Sebukos Islands and Caristo. The North Sebukos Islands and the Caristo Kingdom. I know not how they fare. You save the Drake Kingdom, and together the three of you can save the whole world. Well, I hope so. The Jedi as cops. I like it. I don't have a 0.5. I should think about that. I'm still focused on 0.1, to be completely honest with you. The Force. Because once we've defined the Force, we have a really, really big debate about Anakin. Like a huge debate about Anakin. Give me food, please. Please, please, please. Thank you. And you're right, Huthor. So someone mentioned in chat, and Huthor mentioned in chat, one of the ideas posited is we could make it so that the Force is genetic and also not. In short, there is a genetic predisposition towards the Force, and also the Force can manifest in anyone for any reason whatsoever. Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive. I will admit I don't like the idea of the Force being genetic, especially because I don't think there's any good storytelling potential there, personally. But I have to be, if I'm being completely honest with myself, the main reason that I really don't like the Force being genetic is because I hate that idea as a concept. I hate the idea that you have to be born into something. I hate the idea that if you weren't born the right way at the right time to the right people, sucks to be you. And that is not something I like, because that's how real life is. So... probably went the wrong way, aren't I? I am. I need to go north. Wake up, Lore. Now, the irony... it is a form of feudalism. The irony of that is that from a purely world-building perspective, you know, going back to that whole puzzle thing I mentioned, making it so that only people who are born with it can use your magic or your force or whatever is actually a really easy solution to a lot of world-building problems that arise if you make it so that anybody can learn magic or anybody can learn force. So, it's a very neat solution. Even people who... obviously, some world builders are lazy and stupid, but even people who are actually properly, do proper due diligence, hey, the music changed, and are good writers and do all that fun stuff, can still come up with the idea that only those born into X can do X, because it solves so many world-building problems by doing that. If you introduce the Force into a galaxy filled with trillions of people... Oh, you're right, Cordelia. We'll check in just a minute. Uh-oh, it's the Lipians, my ancient nemesis. We will focus fire the Lipian. It's the only way. Anyway, so I got some questions here. Hang on, let me look at my questions. Questions. Evo says, is there any prefixes in Imperial? So, no, is the answer to that. I thought of something that might qualify, but it's actually still just a form of the suffix. And that would be the letter Q. So, you may or may not have noticed this, because you have very little exposure to Imperial Evo, but the letter Q doesn't exist in spoken Imperial, but only exists in written Imperial. Q denotes tone. So, for example, if I talk to you like this, I can write that out by saying, I talk to you like this, apostrophe, Q, old man. And now the person reading that knows that person is speaking with an old man voice. Make sense? But that's as close as I get to prefixes. And I know that's not really a prefix. Now, Yada mentions an idea that I've actually heard Rax mention as well. It's the idea that people use the Force without actually knowing they're using the Force. Simple example. Han Solo has maxed out luck stat. Not in like a joking, memey kind of a way. In a literal, he alters probability around him with the Force kind of a way. He is, in every way that matters, a Jedi, but he doesn't know it. This would line up with the prism idea. Because just because you're using and drawing on the Force doesn't mean you necessarily know that, especially without training and understanding, right? And this goes back to the whole, we know, but they don't kind of an idea. How do you do? I am the old wizard. Now the mist has disappeared, I was just waiting for a customer. That is a terrible business plan, sir. It does, Huthor, which admittedly I'm a little hesitant about as well, because, you know me, I tend to think that some of the most interesting and best characters and stories in Star Wars are the ones that don't involve the Force. I know, he's been waiting in this game for 10 years. No wonder he's an old man. Jesus, get out a little bit. Live a little. But there was mist. Yeah, well, man up. Why do you have a... This would also explain why the light side tends to have Force telekinesis, and the dark side tends to have Force lightning. Now, I'm not saying we're committing to that. I'm just saying, because those are teachings, because those are, let's call them what they are, spells that have been trained to people over practice and you know, repetition, that would explain why so many Jedi use telekinesis, is because they've all been trained to use the same damn thing, whereas someone else could use it however the hell they want to. Again, though, I'm not sure I like that idea. I'm still tossing that one around. And again, that was a suggestion from someone else. But as I said many, many, many times, I do like the idea of dictator with counsel. And that means I actually listen to the ideas other people come up with. That is a lot of attack power boost. That's good for me, but we're going to do the one for her because holy shkamoli. So let's do... I'm Noah, yep. Something like that, Star Wars. Although, again, I'm not sure I want to go that route with it. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means, because, like, that says Von All, for example. But is that worse for other people? Because I know that weapons that aren't good for you lower the amount of actions you can take per combat. But I'm not sure of the specifics. It's almost like if I had the definitions and knew the underpinnings of how the game worked, I could work with it better. I'm sorry, I'm being mean at this point. I apologize. Maybe I just have too analytical of a mind. I like to know how and why things work. Because if you don't understand the significance of this, let's look at this, right? So this is best with Van, but it can be equipped on all. But what does that mean? Like, does that mean it only gives the additional slot for Vaughn? Does it mean it gives an additional slot for everybody? Does it mean it can be equipped by everybody, but Vaughn gets, like, a damage bonus? Like there's so many specifics that are not told here, and I'm just kind of presuminating, because I don't know. Right now, I am operating under the presumption that whoever the best person is for is the person who gets the best benefit out of it, aka the extra attack slot. So, as a consequence... Oh yeah, go ahead and answer, Doc Corbett. I'm debating things I can't look up, for the most part, unless I find a good speedrunner task of this game. There's so little information on this game online, it's actually frustrating. So, in this case, for example, I'm not going to buy this sword for Gala, because it's best for Vaughn. Now that is best for Gala. It's only a little bit worse, too. Oh yeah, I need to jot that down, too. I mean, I gotta be real, I never heard of this game until, I think, Imperial Star Destroyer added it to the list, and I was like, what the heck is that? I don't think I said it like that, but I didn't know what the game was. I'm out of water. That's okay. I only got like 20 minutes left anyways. Evo asked another question I want to answer. I'm debating my gear here. Does Gala have gear right now? Hang on. Where are you at right now, boy? Gala has nothing equipped. No, Evo... Okay, really quick. Evo asked, if I was to do a theater of a game with a bad localization, would I change the dialogue? Yes, in fact, I actually plan to do that for Final Fantasy VI if we ever do a theater of FF6. I will just rewrite the whole script myself. Damn it, I'll just do it myself. And that's the plan for that. Okay. Especially now that I'm a little bit more confident in my writing, since so far the LTTP rewrite theater is going extraordinarily well. Like, actually hearing it is great. Increase AP accrual. I want that on. Alright, farewell, Evo. See you around. Yeah, see, that's the other problem, of course. Wait, I've been told not to spend all my money here. I accept this advice. Honestly, okay, so real talk, a game like this can be pretty walkthrough-itis-y, or punishing is actually probably a better way to phrase that. So, by all means, if I'm about to make a mistake, or if there's like a trap, like those frickin' bees, please feel free to say, hold up. Be like, yo, Lord, you're dumb! But you have to preface it by saying I'm dumb. Just like Huthor does every time he talks to me. Okay, so hang on. So I answered Evo's question. Yada asks... Oh, I already answered that question. I answered R. Spruce's question. Narset. So we're talking about the Force. What are your thoughts about the Emerald Judgment light side power? That... I mean... I think it's a little silly. I think that's where I'm going to go with that. Was there a... I mean, obviously there's a Prima guide for this, because there's a Prima guide for everything. But was there another strategy guide for this one? Well, no, you warned me, Imperial Star Destroyer, that's the point. Imagine if you hadn't. Imagine if I was just like, dum-de-dum-dum-dum-dum. Anyways. So Huthor says, you have to write a Star Wars what if... Okay, based on the Skywalker saga. So when you say a what if, I hate to ask you to define this, Huthor, but like, what are my limitations here? Is this a typical rewrite? Is this a, I change one thing and see what happens? You know, like the... What if Luke died at Yavin? You know, one of those kind of stories. So in other words, I'm limited to one change and I have to move forward with that. What are the rules? My first customers in 10 years. I'm called the Old Water Witch. I've been in business for 40 years, but it's been 10 years since I had any customers. How have you been eating? How have you... Okay. Okay, so one change. Let me think about that for a second. What? Oh, Noah. Woohoo, where are we? We may be dreaming. Perhaps if it's a dream, it feels different from an ordinary dream. What's the matter? I'm looking at the terrible skybox. I'm sorry, that's a really bad skybox. My name is Hari. I inhabit a world between the dream world and the human world. I have a message for those in the human world and those who are with the Ra Seru. They are the true words of Rem. Who? Go to Octum, the ancient yet eternal city far away in the heart of Sebicus. There, compassionate human beings will learn the true meaning of all dreams. I have no water. See you around, Cordoon. Hari. Hari's gonna tell us what our dreams mean. Oh, Rem. Ha ha ha. Vaughn, I had that dream again. I guess we should find Hari. Yeah, you're right, Vaughn. Again? Has that shown up before? Do you dream a lot? Actually, yeah, I do. Oh, good, I dream a lot too. Dreams tell you about the future, you know. Sure. How do I tell the future of my dreams? Somewhere on the Sepicus Islands is a person who lives in the dream world. His name is Hari. Hari? I know about Hari. Can Hari really tell you? I already gave that plus, right? Yeah, I did. What a dream means? Yes, my grandma told me so. He's an Octum. Hari's an Octum, right? Octum? I'm sorry, I don't know much about the outside world. I've lived in a cave for 10 years. She's probably not even 10 years old. How did they give birth in here? Oh my god! Insert Iron Man quote. She met a child in a cave with a box of scraps! Jeremy is northwest of here. Okay, cool. She's a nice woman. I mean, that makes sense. It's been 10 frickety years. You're my first customer in a long time. I can't let you go away empty-handed. I now have 2 doors of wind. Old witch, what is this? What, you don't know about doors of wind? Let's see. Where do I start? It's an item that lets you fly anywhere to. Oh, they're the wings in Dragon Quest. Fast travel, in short. And a great inclusion to the Dragon Quest series, by the way. Okay, I've been thinking about it, Huthor. I think I've got my answer. What happens if Qui-Gon never meets Anakin in Tatooine? No, I don't want the inn. I actually want this. What do we got here? Allies rated. Yeah, it's a bit of a sea change, isn't it? I can already think of the vague idea of where that would go. So the general idea here, I would actually still have Anakin drift into Padme, but under very different circumstances, obviously. Padme would already be a member of the political elite trying to work alongside Mon Mothma to resist the changes that Palpatine is doing alongside his adopted son, Anakin Palpatine. The rest of it kind of writes itself, to be honest with you. Okay, we've got some elemental defenses. A lot of elemental defenses, actually. They said it was Earth, Metroid Hatchling, in the intro. They actually flat out call it Earth. I can rewind it if you don't believe me. So, admittedly... Wait, hang on, Huthor, hang on. We need to not define that. It's better if we just don't answer that question. Okay, I'm memeing. In my idea, in my measure, the idea here is that Palpatine has been aware of the fact that Anakin exists, but wasn't able to nail down where he was or how. And essentially, random chance happens. He gets one of his agents gets a report, and he has all of his agents looking for unusual activities, things that might incline themselves towards force sensitivity. He notices a report about some kid who wins some race down in Tatooine, and humans aren't supposed to do that, yada yada yada. He goes, reaches out with the force, senses Anakin, that's the one, boop, zooms over there, and then takes Anakin But because he's Palpatine and because he's not being fully evil at this point, he probably brings Shmi with, right? Shmi gets to live in comfort and luxury on Coruscant until something needs to happen to her. If Palpatine chooses to do anything to her. And that's pretty much... That's the hook, right? He deals with... Oh my god, I can't think of his name. Grebo? No, that's not right. Jedi mind tricks don't work on me. He deals with that guy, gets him out of slavery, brings him to Coruscant, adopts Anakin, like formally and officially, and starts working with him to become his ultimate executor. Watto, thank you. These are expensive as crap. I'm gonna not burn on something that I'm not even sure exactly how they work. I'm good. That could work, R-Spruce. Like, something like that is really easy to make work. There's so many ways to connect Anakin to Palpatine without Episode 1. It's kind of funny. Oh, I like that, Uthor. I like that. Because you know Palpatine, at the height of his manipulations and machinations, would be down for being like, I'm gonna help the oppressed and the underrepresented, and we're gonna stop slavery in the Outer Rim. And Anakin is his poster boy, right? At least for the political side of things. That's funny. I like that. That's just out of battle, please. See how this work out. Second region of 37. How many are there, for real? That's right, Ashley. Because, I'm not in a hurry, but if I don't beat this game by Saturday, I will officially be falling behind. So, if this game takes that long, I need to know. What if Palpatine gives... So I was actually thinking about that. So let's say he adopts Anakin. Anakin grows up, starts working as an executor. What if, at some point, the Jedi effectively find out Anakin exists and is Force-sensitive, like they sense it in him? And so, this turns into like a pseudo-political thing, right? As we've talked about in the EU several times, and I think this is true in the AU as well, the old Jedi Council tried to play at politics constantly and sucked at it. So what if they try to make a play? Like, you know, we demand that you turn over this child to the Jedi Order. He's Force-sensitive. That's how that works. Jedi are Jedi business. And Palpatine acquiesces. But of course, he still has adopted his father and his friend. So he effectively, all that the Jedi are doing are insisting that Palpatine gets an agent inside the Order. A very loyal agent inside the Order. And hell, Palpatine could even use that a little bit more properly against the Jedi in exactly the way that Narset just mentioned. I like that. That's a good way to do that. I was thinking about Shmi's death. I can't decide which idea I like better. Palpatine kills Shmi for some purpose. Anakin kills Shmi for some purpose. Or, and I really like this idea, Shmi survives until Anakin becomes Vader. And hates him for it. Just hates him for it. Oh, there you go. Palpatine manipulates a Jedi into killing her. What is this? Hello. Oh, right. We were going to check the map. Oh, it's just completely segregated based on region. Yeah, what about Dooku and what about Maul? I mean, this is a single what if, so honestly I'd probably just eject Maul entirely. There's just not a lot of reason for him to exist. Nice archipelago thing we got going on here. As for Dooku, I mean, nothing changes the relationship to Dooku if you think about it. Yeah, I was kind of thinking maybe instead of killing, you know, the younglings, the scene that's been memed on for 20 years now, maybe Anakin kills his own mother. You know what you have to do. Sorry, I should have done that in Palpatine voice. I'm kind of dry. It's hard to do Palpatine voice when I'm dry. You know what you must do, Lord Vader. I know. I must see my mother. Yes. Be merciful. We are not like the Jedi. I was thinking that Anakin... Oh, hello. It's the mist. Everyone turned into monsters in the mist. No, it's a Genesis tree. I sense a Genesis tree. Where? Means we could save the town if we revive the tree. I sense the Genesis tree is in the town. Someplace high. Where could that be? I want to go to a high place. Oh, brother. Oh my god, Uthor. Excuse me? Can I help you? You said it. Oh, Naito's level 2 now. So, yeah, I always pictured... okay. I'm actually a little bit of a softy romantic, but I love the idea that Padme and Anakin are actually soulmates, right? And thus, under non-manipulative circumstances, if a certain Palpatine wasn't constantly getting in the way, I think the two would actually have just gotten together and had a legitimately good, loving relationship and had a long and profitable life. So Palpatine gets involved, so... Anyways, now that's just my take on that. I know several people disagree on that, but the reason I bring that up is I love the idea that he just kind of drifts into Padme by virtue of being connected to Palpatine, and since she's such a proponent of the Senate, and would absolutely get involved with the Stop Slavery in the Outer Rim thing. There you go. That's where the two become aware of each other and, like, start rotating around each other. No flirting, Aryan. No, the drawers. Oh, whatever. Oh, sorry, Narset, you missed it. So, Huthor challenged me. He said, you have to write a what-if story, which is change one thing, within Star Wars, based on the Skywalker saga. What do you do? My answer is, Qui-Gon never met Anakin on Tatooine, and we've been moving from that point. That's really funny, Brakeman. Yeah, Twitch has been wild this last week. I've noticed that too, as I've been trying to watch GDQ. It's just weird the way they're doing it. It's okay, they don't notice I'm there, Yada, so it's not really stealing. Yay. we at on levels, anyways? $11, $11, $11. Good numbers. Oh, actually, where's our magic? Fine, I'll go murder them. So his is level 6. Hers is level 4, and his is level 3. We're going to use his. Because I need to raise my mage over here. I would rather kill everyone than go to therapy. Oh yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Hula. That's why I mentioned the one true love thing being an interpretation. Because, let's be honest, their relationship is awful. One of the things, so we were discussing, I think Pill is a Snow, I don't know if she's here right now, but we were discussing possibilities for the rewrite, and one of the things that was brought up was what's the nature of Anakin and Padme's relationship, and, well, one of the possibilities given was make it really bad. Like, just both of them codependently, toxically hurting the other constantly. Now, I admit I don't care for that idea personally, but it would be so easy to change it to that, because all you have to do is make what's on the screen deliberate, right? Just add a few shadings and refinings and done. By the way, same question back to you, Huthor. One change. What do you do? And then you should probably go to bed.
Put it down, keep it up.
Isn't kabuki a form of, like, music or theater or something like that? If so, what is a kabuki rat? Is this an FF6 reference? Yeah, go for it, Narset. Hit me. Starting to get decent gold finally. That's nice. Maul kills Obi-Wan instead of Qui-Gon. I've heard that one actually quite a few times. In fact, I've actually gotten questions about that one on my prequel rumination several times. Qui-Gon living is a really common one, I've noticed. And it makes sense. He would be a bit of a game changer if he survived Episode 1. That's probably why they killed him. Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be dismissive about that Narset. I was just interested because it makes sense, right? Like, what happens if Qui-Gon lives? Well, a lot. That's a game changer right there. Oh, what if Padme dies before giving birth to the twins? Let me think about that for a second. So, Palpatine can leverage that and get the army made. That doesn't happen, but that doesn't matter. Anakin doesn't have Padme to drag him down, but at the same time, he also has nothing counterbalancing him. Palpatine takes over and wins forever. The end. Okay, I like it. We will have a secure society. Watto was affected by Jedi mind tricks. You know, ironically, that's the same as what I just said, Yada. Qui-Gon shows up, does this, gets his parts, and then leaves! And that's it. No Anakin. I mean, how many of us have issues with our autocorrect, am I right? Come on. Yeah, exactly. Cute kid. And he's out. I'm trying to think. See, I've said this before. I've said this many times. Dooku would have been a supreme Sith Lord, a galactic-changing level of power, and because he had vision, he had farsight, he had charisma, he had personal power, he had Jedi power, he had wealth beyond measure. Dooku could have conquered the galaxy if he didn't happen to be born alongside the most powerful dark side user ever. So I think a Dooku let to do his own devices would do one of two things. He'd either be turned back by Yoda, or he'd conquer the galaxy. So you have to give up either eggs, potatoes, or breathing. Well, I do like breathing, and I do like eggs, so I'll give up potatoes. Is there a save up here? Real save? There is not. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to make the real saves here. The saves inside us. And we're going to chop up Uthor. Go to bed. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as per usual, we will continue and commence with more of whatever this game is called. Legend of Legaia. And now that Ross is gone, I can go ahead and play more Breath of Fire 3. Alright, so let's go ahead and recruit Ryu here really quick. God, that sprite work is so good.